The Buffalo Bills will officially not be AFC East champions following yesterday's results. The Bills do fall to the Philadelphia Eagles, and the Patriots take down the New York Jets. The Bills, though, have already clinched a playoff spot, and now they'll be playing for seeding within the wild card teams as they finish out both the regular season and, in all likelihood, this iteration of Highmark Stadium when they do host the Jets Sunday at 4:25. Head coach Sean McDermott is expected to speak with the media around 4 p.m. We'll see if we get any injury updates, including for the likes of linebacker Terrell Bernard, who was ruled out yesterday with a calf injury. And then the Bills did make a roster move. The team announced the release of kicker Michael Badgley from the practice squad. Do stay tuned. Sal Kapacio will join the show just a little bit later on in the afternoon at 5 p.m. Week 17, though, is going to wrap up tonight with Monday Night Football. Rams at Falcons, kickoff at 8:15. You can listen to that game on our sister station, the Bet 1520, with coverage beginning at 7:30. That is because the Sabres are in action tonight. It is game night in St. Louis. They do take on the Blues, and the Sabres, they are looking for their 9th win in a row. Rasmus Dahlin and Jason Zucker were both in attendance for morning skate today. We'll get word later on in the afternoon if either will play. Pre-game will get underway here on WGR at 7 for an 8 p.m. puck drop tonight. And then 10 other games in the NHL, some notables. 7 p.m. sees the Senators hosting Columbus and the Capitals at Florida. 9 p.m., Kings at Colorado, and then 3 games at 10 to round out your evening. Ducks hosting the Sharks, Wild at Las Vegas, and Vancouver at Seattle. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Mike Schopp and the Bulldog.
Back to pass, pressure coming, and he's sacked by Jalen Carter, who just whipped Osiris Torrance one-on-one at the line of scrimmage. Nobody open, looking for somebody, pressure coming, steps up in the pocket, running to his left, now doubles back right, still nobody open, trying to get away, and he's sacked for a horrible loss at the 48-yard line that takes them out of field goal range. Bills are lined up for the Catholic Health extra point. Catholic Health, the right way to care, and it's blocked. The kick is blocked.
It's Mike Schopp and the Bulldog.
Gilliam in motion, left to right. Here's the snap. Back to pass. Pressure coming. Allen fires to the end zone, and he misses. Allen threw it wide of the target, incomplete, and that will be the ball game.
On WGR Sports Radio 550.
Oh, some added value for Catholic Health there. Hi, everybody. Football Monday brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Every minute or so, I have a different door I want to open to start today with. I keep changing my mind. I'll let you help drive the bus here at 803-0550. Bulldog is off until Friday. There is yesterday, there is this Sunday, and that's really the stadium, but it's also incentives and what really is on the line in this game. The stadium, of course, I mean the end of the stadium. Then there's the playoffs, which is everything, or almost everything. And here we are, once again, sort of pondering what happens if it doesn't work out. Yesterday on postgame, of course, anybody who listens carefully would have predicted that there'd be fans hot after the loss, ready to talk about big changes. And I don't know. I just, professionally, at least, I just think that really should wait until this ends. But I don't want to ignore or, be blind to that they probably have to win a playoff game or two for it to not rain fire around here, especially without the Chiefs in the picture. I think that's the bottom line. And on one hand, I mean, I know this already, and it gives me no pleasure to sort of look at it this way, but it's just such a high standard that they have set. And I mean, that's to their credit. But when you have had all these close calls, winning division titles and then losing in the playoffs, and this thing ends in Jacksonville or even Denver or even Foxborough, that will not sit well. That will not have been a successful season. So maybe it won't. Maybe these guys will find out a way to beat all these teams, 3 of them, in the AFC playoffs, probably all on the road to get to that Super Bowl and maybe win there. Because the NFC is not that different. Maybe it's better. At the top, anyway. Maybe it's better, but I'm not going to worry about that so much today. What is on your mind? Have you dried off since yesterday? This game, in sort of typical Bills fashion, they're never out of it, right? That's another game where maybe you were mad or bored or both for most of the day, but they get to the 2-point conversion attempt with 5 seconds left with a chance to win and really should have made the play. And then all is well, or at least in the standings. At least you're not dead in the division race. And I said last night, and I don't want this to sound like an apology for where this situation is, but maybe there is a benefit to not having to worry about New England this week. That's the best we can do, I suppose. If they'd won, then there'd be a chance of winning the AFC East. But you'd need Miami to go to Foxborough and win in January. Okay. But if you prepare for that, you probably have to prepare to play all your guys. And what do you think? Maybe this way they won't do that. Is this a week you take off for all intents and purposes? And does it matter that it's the end of the stadium? Because that is not where we wanted this to be at this point. I don't know if it'll be an anticlimax or what it'll be, but when we looked ahead to the end of this season, the schedule comes out, the Bills close with 2 home games. It's the Jets to end it. And, they're such a heavy division favorite. Any division winner gets a home game, at least one. So the plan was to have this game be more of a formality, and then it all comes down to the playoffs, and maybe they can go out on a high. Now, they could still win, but it's probably not going to be here after Sunday. And that just makes for a few different emotions, I think. It's frustrating. It's a little bit sad. I don't know. I wonder how fans think the Bills should play this week. Unless there is a pretty big upset in one of 3 other AFC games this Sunday. The Bills are going to Jacksonville. I want to make sure everybody is aware of that. And I also want to be checked on it. My family's out of town and Bulldog is off. I just sat down a few minutes ago. I haven't talked to anybody today. So maybe I'll be a little bit rusty because usually I like to warm up. I didn't do that today. Anyway, Indianapolis at Houston. Houston's favored by 10.5. Tennessee at Jacksonville. Jacksonville favored by 11.5. Houston is in that position the Bills would have been in had they won yesterday, which is they still have a chance at the division title. So they kind of got to go for it. I think I would. So they're a 10.5-point favorite, the Texans against the Colts. That'll be maybe Riley Leonard at quarterback for Indianapolis, which has lost 6 straight. Jacksonville, a huge favorite against the Titans. Titans have their own incentives to lose, but you never know. New England is a 10.5-point favorite at home against Miami. If those 3 double-digit favorites all win, Texans, Jaguars, Patriots, and I suppose the Bills too, to make this right. If the Bills lose to the Jets, there could be another outcome. If they win also, and these 4 big favorites all win their games outright, don't need to worry about covering or anything like that, win the game, the Bills will go to Jacksonville next week, either as the 6 or the 7. That will depend on the Chargers-Broncos game. But no matter which team wins, I don't know about ties, no matter which team wins that game, it's still a Bills-Jaguars first-round game. And I talked about this a lot last night. The loss also would have kept them alive for first place, but maybe more practically speaking, they gave themselves only an outside chance at the 5, that AFC North game, which is maybe where we wanted to be. So get ready for the Jaguars, not definitely, but that point, how little the Bills have in their control toward the playoffs, might get you in the mood for, Allen's hurt anyway, sit him. He'll start the game for sure, but maybe that's it. And maybe the last game ever at the stadium ends up being, well, a lot of week 17 or 18 games have been this over the years, or even 16 when the season was only that long. Just kind of more of a preseason type atmosphere. I don't know. There's a lot to figure out. It's only Monday. 803-0550 for your thoughts. How do you feel about this team running the table? I don't mean that as a loaded question, because I don't feel great about this team running the table in the AFC. I might know only one guy that does, Sam. I'm not sure he even still does. I know he has felt that way. Whatever. Look at the other quarterbacks. I'll be fine. Maybe someone that confident is a little bit more humble about this at this point. So we've got the details yesterday. We've got the stadium finale to talk about. We've got the AFC. If it ends up being Jacksonville in the first round, I guess, given what New England has done this year, can you really ask for much better? I respect Jacksonville's season. I think I'm not saying that because of their color scheme. I'm not condescending to them at all. But I think if you're a Bills team that really only has the Super Bowl left as a goal for the last 5-6 years that they've had, then they tell you to go to Jacksonville. I think, okay, I can live with that. Doesn't have to be the Jaguars, but again, if there's not really a shocker on Sunday, it will be. 803-0550 is the number. Let's get right to your calls. Here's Tom first. Hi, Tom.
Hey, how are you guys?
I'm fine. Thanks.
My concern is the offensive line play. 14 sacks last year, and we're over 40 already. Something's going on. I don't know if it's the pre-snap calls or Josh's calls, but that's something I think it's almost like a whole game of offensive plays have gone up in sacks.
Yeah, I was thinking about this too last night and earlier today. Allen missing that throw to win the game. Where does that come from? Dan Orlovsky, he's pretty popular. His term for how Allen played was out of control. And Allen isn't most famous for playing under control. Like that's not his number one trait. But I get that analysis for this game. And so how do you make sense of it? It's a big game. He's played in a lot of them. It's not the biggest, but there's that aspect of it. I just think, to the caller's point, he is taking so many hits, and a lot of these hits are highlight reel stuff. I mean, classic NFL films, big hit plays. And I didn't think any of them yesterday was even close to dirty either, or late. I mean, it's really more just like, damn, even on a couple of plays Allen made, he took big shots. This feels like the kind of year that might be taking 3 years off his career. It is 14 sacks to 40. That's unbelievable with a game to go. And that doesn't even tell the whole story. Like I said, I mean, plays made are still plays where he is getting hit. So coming up on 30 years old, there's that to think about. I mean, I don't know what you want to do with it. Eventually, the time will come and he won't be the same player. I don't think that's right around the corner, but I think the kind of physical toll and maybe also psychological toll this season has taken might be taking years off his career down the road. It is incredible. There were, I mean, you can think of a handful of plays yesterday where it's like, wow, he's running backwards into pressure. He's, the fourth down play where he gets stopped just outside the goal line. These sacks too, the big hit on the long completion. Maybe that's to Palmer or the pass interference. I don't know. I mean, there were a lot of these yesterday, and that's not even including a single designed run. I mean, the run to the goal line is a run, but that's supposed to be a pass to Cooks, who, by the way, is right wide open to his right the whole time. The pressure is on, and he's playing like he's feeling it, which, is human. I think maybe we're all feeling it. Like, this is supposed to be the year, if not now, when? And it's getting late, and now they're going on the road, and it doesn't feel great. Let's go to Brad next. Hi, Brad.
Mike, you did a great job on the postgame last night, and what you were just talking about highlighted one of my favorite comments from yours last night, which was Josh's emotions. Think about the Sabres and how they're feeling right now. They have this whole new attitude about them. And I feel like Josh, it's his job. He comes in every day to do his work. And I think that pressure of needing to find a way to win for this team and for the city, and when he feels like he doesn't have other people, the receivers or whoever it is, I think he's just putting this huge burden onto himself. And, we can talk X's and O's as much as we want, and offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, et cetera. But I think if you look at him as a human being doing a job, I think it's just really getting taxing for him. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's kind of how I feel, too. I want to make sure I get across, like, I don't know him. And so my guess about how he's feeling is as good as is worth about anybody else's. But like I put it a minute ago, I think there's evidence in his play that he's really pressing. And that can be you're running to the sideline, throw it away, get down, go to the next play, or just turn around and go backwards to the center of the just like that's a play made by a player that is just not real confident in himself or his offense or just what he's going through. And then there are other plays in this game that are likewise, including the last one. So I don't want to ever sound like I'm in his head, because I have no idea. But it's not great right now, and it leads people like Brad and myself and maybe a lot of you to wonder just where is his mind, thinking about what the offense is. We've all talked all year about how much help he has or doesn't have on that offense. And without James Cook, I mean, imagine this being true. If it were 30 years ago, I would have easily bought it. Not now. Imagine the thought that if they can't get breakaway plays from James Cook, that they're really jammed as an offense. But that is mostly the case. And it's back to all the wide receiver angst that we've spent every day on for the better part of a couple of years, actually. The infamous Brandon Beane, hot-tempered statements he made. I don't know why I tried so hard. There are a lot of ways you could describe that. We've probably done it 50 different ways. Back after the draft, I keep hearing about that. Like, I don't walk around thinking about that. I've defended Beane to a point. I mean, he had a bad attitude that day. I've had those days. But it's really like he has, especially after that happened, I mean, he made a real effort to clarify his position. Like, look, no, we did this. We did A, B, and C. I just think at some point it becomes unfair. Okay, it's not like he didn't defend his position. We've been all over it. But I'm just amazed by how often fans continue to bring that up. Like, he really did himself some work with the fan base that morning. And as this season has played out, and now we're at Brandon Cooks, and for a minute we were at McCole Hardman, who then was released, and all the other different guys the Bills have tried on at that position, and Joshua Palmer and his 21 catches going into the finale. Like, all the different players and ideas they've had, it still hasn't graduated from the look of a roster that does not have that figured out. And whenever they lose a game like this, especially when it's tight and low scoring, we go right back to that. And I'm not sure that's wrong. It's just kind of amazing to me how many fans just continue to bring that up. I guess now I've done it, but I'll say I'm referencing you guys, having last night in the post game and so many different times. I said last night, with all that, that topic and his worn out as it is, not that it's, it's not over yet. It's not cleared up yet. Last night, this was big with me, and I'm thinking about it again today. All the struggles that the Bills have had getting the ball down the field to receivers, it's astonishing to me that they have decided that Coleman really can't help them. For as young as he is, the talent he has, he's not complete, he's not perfect, but they're really going with Gabe Davis over Coleman. Like, they're going with guys that they've just brought in over Coleman on an offense that is struggling so much to get, as they say, chunk plays. And that's not just like that he hasn't delivered in this area already. It's that the Bills, week to week, here yesterday, made the decision that he can't help them more than Davis can or than Tyrell Shavers. Like, that's kind of incredible that they have shelved Keon Coleman to this extent so early in his career with so much on the line. I don't know. This is another one where I don't want to work too hard to defend Coleman. I mean, he is what he is so far as a player. But really, like, the Bills, even just for, not that this is how they would describe it or even think of it necessarily, but even just for the optics on a team that just cannot throw the ball down the field with any kind of consistency, to bench Coleman and render him inactive for games, like a big game like this. I don't know if that changes. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe they've already just sort of given up on this, which it really is incredible in and of itself. So that's where I'm at with the receivers. Like, okay, well, good for Brandon Cooks. He had a day, 4 catches. He had a day. Like, Shakir did the Shakir thing with 6 catches for 35 yards. Should have had the game winner there, but the pass was way off. And after that, it's like, or even including Cooks on a couple of passes, it's just kind of like prayer shots. The one late to Cooks, it's David Tyree. He's like catching the ball against his helmet, and just, these are not the kind of plays that you can bank on when you need to win week after week after week, especially on the road where you're less likely to get calls in the playoffs. And that's a big part of what scares me about how this is going to end. We have Rob next. Hi, Rob.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, Mike.
Okay.
I'm a little bit worried about Jacksonville, to be honest. I think that they are probably the most complete team in the conference, and I don't know if it's necessarily a good matchup for us. I was really hoping against hope that Pittsburgh would take care of business and that we could get that 5 seed, and now it's kind of all turned upside down. I'm not really looking forward to that matchup, and I think one of the reasons is kind of what you just spoke to. I have no faith in the passing game, and I fight with people all the time that say we need to run the ball more, and I'm like, we ran the ball 30 times yesterday, and it wasn't really that effective. Like, we've got to have some type of passing attack in order to get to Santa Clara, and I just have no confidence in Brady's scheme. I think what you're saying about Josh is true to a certain extent. I'm not exactly in his head either, but something just seems to be off with the offense. It felt a lot like the Atlanta game yesterday, and I don't know if you can go on the road and count on production with this offense. I'm just not sure. The defense has turned around, but the offense is kind of perplexing to me.
The defense is, like the offense, maybe this is fair, fine at times. I don't know. Like, you can't say they didn't have a good day yesterday in the end, especially the second half. But that Philadelphia team hasn't been very good offensively for a while. Like, that's not a team that was really rolling. And, you did well enough. Can't blame the defense at all for the outcome yesterday. But I was just like, last night I was hung up on how long it's been since the Bills really had an easy trip in a game. Even the Steeler game, which was their most lopsided win since maybe the bye week, which was week 6 or so, was a game where they had scored 3 points in the first half. Every game, there's a stretch of what is wrong here. And that's different than the last few years. They didn't win every week over the last 5 years, but you didn't have game after game where it's like, what is it now? Like, it's just, they have not had, to say the least, an easy time of it. Tampa Bay led at Orchard Park in the fourth quarter. Cincinnati had a 10-point lead maybe in the fourth quarter. Maybe it wasn't that, but they might have. Like, they have not had an easy day of it. Cleveland was a battle. Since when? I mean, Carolina, that's week 7 or something like that. That's their last kind of easy. That doesn't sound like a Super Bowl team. Super Bowl teams, I guess we'll see, because maybe it will be this time, we should hope. But when they were killing it in recent years, oh, well, easy schedule. Yeah, but this is what you do with an easy schedule. You bury teams. And these guys just cannot get a game where it's just kind of chill. It's every week there's something. And the stress has built. Well, it's still on, right? Jets Sunday and then the playoffs, and who knows? You certainly can be optimistic. I don't think anybody's going to want to play them either. Whether it's Jacksonville or New England or whoever else, like we're going to be sort of intimidated by if that's not too strong. Those teams aren't going to want to see the Bills, I think, on their first round opponent either. What do you think? 803-0550, Football Monday. Eric Wood, Sal Kapacio today. I'm Mike Schopp, and this is WGR.
Josh, we have to stop building in excuses for him. He's an unbelievable player and an MVP winner. They have a top 5 offensive line. They have the best run game in football. They have one of the, if not the best, tight end trios in football. They got one of the most dynamic backs in football. They have a top 5 defense. As long as he's got Dalton Kincaid. If he has Dalton Kincaid, there's enough to go win and get into the Super Bowl.
Dan Orlovsky, I just can't not laugh. I can't not laugh. The idea that Dalton Kincaid is the difference here, it's just, I'm rolling my eyes. Maybe. Can we even trust that or even count on that? Maybe. Maybe Dalton Kincaid is all the difference. Not very often this year when Kincaid was out there did the Bills necessarily really hum. Like well, thank God we have him. It's almost like you're talking about Allen here. As long as they have Josh Allen. But we're not saying that anymore because now the rest of it, or a lot of the rest of it, seems too messed up. And I mean, what do you even do with Dalton Kincaid as like the guy you need here going into the postseason? I don't know. How many targets is that if he even is healthy? How many snaps does he play? Does it matter if he isn't 100%? Is he ever 100%? I can't live like this. I can't live on, well, I've got Dalton Kincaid or bust. I can't live on that. You could use him. The Bills could use him. This tight end trio with Jackson Hawes is so fabulous. I mean, I don't know if the Bills even know really what they want to be. Because for a couple of years, it's mostly been clear that they want to be heavy. They want to run on you. Teams always would love to do that as job one. And if you can do that, you can maybe roll. These guys go in to play Philadelphia without Kincaid, who they don't even really put on the field ever as a blocker or that often anyway. Like they go into this game without him, and they play 11 personnel all day. They play 3 wide receivers against the Eagles. To me, that read, I don't think I can be who I want to be against Philadelphia. I think they're too big and tough for me. So I'm going to pivot to 3 wide receivers, and then the Bills have, there's 5 minutes left in the game, and they haven't scored a point, or whatever it is. Man, it is really twisted. I'm sorry, I can't not laugh at. They better have Dalton Kincaid or else. Be nice to have him. 803-0550 for your calls. Football Monday. I'm Mike Schopp, Eric Wood at 4, and Sal at 5. Brian Koziol will join me late in the show to talk a little Sabres. They have won 8 in a row. They play tonight in St. Louis. Pregame at 7, so after I'll have busted out of here, we'll get a few thoughts on their recent role with Brian later. Let's go to Mark here. Hi, Mark.
Mike, good afternoon. I'm sure the Bills are going to appropriately salute the stadium for this final game, but I really hope this being the last game in the stadium has absolutely zero influence on who they play, how they play. I could care less if they win this game. Jacksonville, New England, doesn't matter. I hope they rest their key guys as much as possible. I know incentives mean a lot to the players, so I'm sure Allen give him his 1 snap so he can keep the starters record. Cook's in kind of a good situation because Taylor's going to play at 1 o'clock, so Cook will know what he needs to get the rushing title.
Right.
So, okay, that's a big deal. I'd rather he not, but I get it. And I don't know if there's any sack records or anything like that. So do that if you have to. But outside of that, Allen especially, you said it, he's been beaten up like crazy this year. I don't need these guys trying to win the last game in the stadium. That means 0 to me for this year.
Thank you, Mark. I certainly respect your take here. Good point on Cook. He's up 47 yards for the rushing title. That seems like something they would want for him and that he would want for himself. And your Taylor point is well taken. They'll know the number. Derrick Henry is another 100 yards behind. That's something, I guess, don't rule that out. Can't rule out Derrick Henry going for 2 bills again or something like that. Just did it. When I think about, I'm not all the way there on how to play the roster. You really can't play Allen on a depleted offense, I'm not joking, like a more depleted offense anyway, you wouldn't want to take your lineman out and have him back there, right? Or just who are the backup receivers? Do they even have any? Like, I don't know what that is. But I'm thinking more about just like your mood going out there. What an unfortunate climax to this is. Like, what's the most excited you could be Sunday? It's mostly going to be based on nostalgia, I think. And with how many years in a row they've hosted playoff games, and for this year not to have that, or at least you can't plan on that, that's what I'd be thinking about if I'm out there on Sunday. Like, oh, this is really it? A mostly meaningless game against the Jets? Anything I'm going to remember about this season that lasts is going to happen from here. And there's no home playoff game to know that I can look forward to. I just think most fans won't be in the mood to celebrate on Sunday. You can get there. It just couldn't have landed much worse for them to have this game and have it be what it is. I mean, if you missed the playoffs in your last year in the stadium, then have a party, right? Like, just, it's cathartic. You have that, but you don't have that either. Like, it's not the end. Miss the playoffs. Play all your guys. Beat the Jets. Wave goodbye. Give Kyle Williams another victory lap on a tractor. Like, that's easy when you're out of it. But this is just more complicated because they're not going to be dead. They're not even close to at the point where we think like, all right, this is what we've been dreaming of. You've got 3 or 4 games to win after this one, and they'd all probably be on the road. Not necessarily. If you lose this game, that's one thing you can say about what this game means. I think if you lose this game, they're the 7 for sure, which means there's no chance of another home game. Thank you, Mark. Let's go to Mo next. Hello, Mo. Mo, are you there? I guess that's a no from Mo. Apparently, Michael Badgley got his papers. That's a huge missed point yesterday. That is a big miss. Like, you make that kick and there's, like, it's just you never know if he's going to make the second one, but there's no strategy in that. No one's asked me yet today. I've got no problem going for 2. I'm Mr. Go for 2. I do it way more often than teams do it. I wouldn't be a slave to the score or the clock. I've got Josh Allen. I'm going for 2. Try and stop me. What does Philadelphia want me to do? If they wanted me to have roll Allen out there from the 2-yard line after he just scored his second rushing touchdown, I guess his foot's not that bad. No. Please kick. That's how those things usually work. Not to speak for everybody on this, but I think in most of those cases, sometimes the Bills are on the other side of it, and you love when the other team punts or takes a short field goal or something. So I have no issues with that. It's funny to me how at the press conferences, some of the media try so hard to get Sean McDermott to explain the decision, any decision to go for 2, as if it has to have 5 or 6 or 10 other facets to it. What if it wasn't a home game? What if it wasn't raining? What if it wasn't this or that? It shouldn't even really matter. Put this game on Hoth, and it's time to go for 2 when you're down by 1 with 5 seconds left. It shouldn't even really matter. And McDermott, this is where I sort of sympathize with him. I don't always, but like, oh my God, again with this question about why, is there some hidden meaning for why I went for 2? No. We've got people who study this, that are experts in this. I've learned a lot myself. We're going. And then, you can only say the same thing the same way so many times, and he doesn't really want to show you, flashcards. So it's like, well, I'm aggressive. Play to win. I always play to win, and that's the quote, which really isn't what it's about. Let's go to Dave next. Hi, Dave.
Hey, Mike, how are you today?
Good, thank you.
Hey, Mike, you made a comment yesterday after the game. I swear I was in my car and I was thinking about it like 5 seconds before you said it around, like, why is Keon Coleman not playing?
Yeah.
And was there any announcement made on that? Like, why is he not playing?
Well, I mean, I don't know if anything has been said that we haven't already sort of figured out. There have been discipline issues. There hasn't been a ton of production. I don't think they feel like they can trust him. And to me, it's less, my position, Dave, is less like that they're wrong in that, then it's just more amazing that we're already here on a team that is so strapped at that position.
Yes, and that's why I wanted to ask you about that, because one of the other things I was going to mention too is, and I know, look, Allen's amazing. That's obvious. He's a great player. But one of the things that I think could be a possibility, and I'm not saying it might be because I wouldn't know any better than anyone else, is like we have NFL receivers at the end of the day, and they might not be the best, but they're still very good. Is it possible that he's just not as good at hitting receivers when they have that split second of being open on their cuts or what have you? Like, are these guys really never open? And that's what I always wonder is, like, they have to be open at some point. And that's where I thought, like, Brady and those guys, Manning, like, they were just excellent at not only doing that, but even at the line, changing plays to make sure that our guys would be open when they read the defense. And I just wonder if Allen just needs to get better at that.
Interesting. Well, I won't say that that's unfair. I think there's a sliding scale with that. I was watching Pittsburgh yesterday, and Aaron Rodgers so desperately was trying to get the ball to Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Like, this is relatable. And he couldn't do it. And he kept trying. And you wonder, it's different. It's good. That's a different example. You wonder what a quarterback is really at top of mind there. It's like with Rodgers, I think there's an element of, I want to win this. I want to do this my way. Number one is it's my way. Number two is we succeed. Like, this is going to be up to me. I don't think Allen is necessarily like that. I hope he's not. But as far away from what I can relate to that playing NFL quarterback is, I've never made any excuses for this. Like, I who knows what it's really like. The game moves so fast, and the pressure and the speed and the hitting, like, there's so much, and all the play calls are so much on any quarterback's plate that I tend to think of as just like sort of beyond me to comprehend. But saying that, why doesn't he throw the ball to Brandon Cooks on that fourth down? When Cooks is open and then open and then open and then more open. Like, that's even the read. I think Cooks comes in motion, and then he's alone at the 10 or so. And okay, well, it's fourth down. Allen might not want to leave it up to Brandon Cooks from the 10, but then he's still looking downfield. He's juking guys. I think once you see Allen throw that first pump fake, lineman jump in the air, and they're beat, then he's going on his own. And even when he has Cooks just like right next to him, like, dude, hi. The throw doesn't come because he's already made that decision maybe. And we've seen Allen do the other thing many times where lots of times, where he's scrambling and it's a fire drill, but then, oh, click, somebody's open, he sees him and it's over. It's like a joke how easy he makes it look. But it didn't happen on that play. Does it need to happen on every play for it not to be a problem? I guess that's too high of a standard, but it's odd, right? I mean, that's the play there, and his foot hurts. And so let's trust it. So that when a caller or a fan says, is it really the guys are never open? It's not going to be never. And I wonder what certain receivers think of the narrative that we're all so obsessed with. Maybe some of them would resent it. I don't know if it'd be Brandon Cooks. He's been here like a week or a month or something, whatever it is. Some of these guys haven't been around long enough to sort of felt the brunt of everybody on the outside thinks you're no good, which is kind of what it is. That wouldn't necessarily sit well. These guys are pretty proud. But, yeah, why doesn't Cooks get that ball? The quarterback was off, and that continued to the final play, to say the least. Eric Wood coming up at 4. Thanks for the call, Dave, and for everybody who's joined me today. Look forward to talking to more of you as we go through the afternoon. It is Buffalo Football Monday. I'm Mike Schopp. This is WGR. Welcome back. Buffalo Bills Football Monday, I think it's called. Eric Wood coming up at 4. I'm Mike Schopp. Bulldog will be back. I think the plan is Friday. And then we'll have post-game together, and the game got moved, so it'll be late like yesterday. 4:25. I guess. You have one game in there, Denver and the Chargers, that's kind of relevant in the scheme with teams like the Bills and the Patriots with their game. So you're not going to put a game in Denver on at 1 p.m. Eastern. Guess you had to move it, and there's a pretty good slate of games at 1 anyway. So it's happened before. Interesting that Saturday night is Seattle-San Francisco after Carolina-Tampa, 2 division championship games. And then Sunday night is Pittsburgh-Baltimore. I saw a little bit of complaint, type stuff last night about that, how the Niners played Sunday night and then have to come back on Saturday night. And you know what? I don't care. Yes, it's a TV show. Pittsburgh-Baltimore has a certain reputation. And Seattle and San Francisco, both teams are going to the playoffs anyway. I'd argue that the Steeler-Raven game is bigger in that way. And even Carolina and Tampa has that, but also who? So you can play it Saturday at 5. That's fine. Good for you. Pittsburgh, Baltimore, right? The big boys on Sunday night. James Cook, over 1,600 rushing yards, having a look at the rushing title. That's no small thing. I mean, that's a huge credit to him and the Bills that they have the leading rusher in the NFL with 1 week to go. He's a pretty good favorite to win it. The rushing title, you don't see obscure names through the years, players that win the rushing title. It's not like the batting title in baseball where somebody could rinky-dink to like a 311 season and win a batting title. Those are not like the greats of the game always. But I would say at running back, it's mostly, they're not all Hall of Famers, but they're stars. Very few names on the list of players that have won the rushing title are not stars. And Cook has really established himself. He's got another Pro Bowl coming this year. He might even be an All-Pro. I mean, you lead the league in rushing. You might think so. That's a tremendous job. The last Bill to win it is O.J., who won it 4 times in the 70s. Cookie Gilchrist has a couple of rushing titles from the AFL days. That's it. No other Bills player has led the league in rushing since 1976. Well, I think it probably will be a priority. And I don't know how much they'll need from Cook, but I bet they go for it on Sunday. Eric Wood, After Sports. This is Mike Schopp on WGR.
The Buffalo Bills officially will not win the AFC East this year following the results from yesterday. We'll go to the Patriots as they take down the Jets and the Bills lose to the Eagles. However, Buffalo has already clinched a playoff spot, and now in the final week of the season, they'll be playing for seeding in the wild card round. They are going to finish out the season at home, and in all likelihood, this iteration of Highmark Stadium when they do host the Jets Sunday at 4:25. Head coach Sean McDermott is expected to speak with the media around 4 p.m. We'll see if we get any injury updates, including for the likes of linebacker Terrell Bernard, who was ruled out with a calf injury. And then there was roster movement for the team as they announced the release of kicker Michael Badgley from the practice squad. Do stay tuned. We'll get more on the Bills and what we learned from today when Sal Kapacio joins the show in just about an hour at 5 p.m. Week 17, though, is going to wrap up tonight with Monday Night Football. The Rams at the Falcons. Kickoff at 8:15. You can listen to that game over on our sister station, the Bet 1520, as coverage will begin over there at 7:30, because tonight, right here on WGR, it is Sabres game night out in St. Louis as they take on the Blues. The Sabres are looking for their 9th win in a row, and Rasmus Dahlin and Jason Zucker were both in attendance for this morning's practice. We'll get word on if either will play later this afternoon. Pre-game is going to get underway right here on WGR at 7 for an 8 p.m. puck drop. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Welcome back. I'm Mike Schopp. Bulldog is off through New Year's Day. It's typical for it to be this way, where I work these final days of the year and then Bulldog comes back after having been off. And one thing I want to say I usually like about this week of shows is that there's always a bowl game on. But man, it's December. This is going to be old man moment here. It's December 29th. So pretty close to New Year's, right? Georgia Southern Appalachian State is the best they can do for me. It's not like either of these teams is good either. 6-6 versus 5-7. What, Delaware State wasn't available? December 29th, I want to be to like Georgia Tech, maybe or Arizona. Not a power, maybe a power on a bad year, although they might get a night game. Sad. Eric Wood on the West Her Hotline. Eric, did you play one bowl game, right? The Orange Bowl. Did you play in the Orange Bowl for Louisville?
Yeah, I played in the Orange Bowl. I played in the Gator Bowl. I was on the Liberty Bowl team. So, yeah, I'm with you, though. And with this expanded college football playoff, teams not going. I thought you had to have at least a 500 record to make a bowl game. And so now we're putting 5-7 teams in now. And, yeah, college football is a mess right now. And, you know, every year, you know, I'll get asked to go on college football shows and whatnot just because I've covered college football with ESPN for a couple of years, Fox for one, and I'll have to admit to them prior, like, hey, I am not caught up on college football. It's getting harder and harder for me to watch and follow it year to year.
I mean, 5-7 record, sure, but it is Appalachian State, Eric. I mean, when you can get a national power in for your Birmingham Bowl and fill the house, so you got to do it. I mean,
Hey, they beat Michigan that one year.
They did. They did, and they're still living off it, apparently. All right, well, I agree, by the way, and I don't know how you feel about these teams that beg off bowl games. Maybe that's why a 5-17 gets one. But while I respect and I want to support what this all has meant for the players, I can't keep up either. I mean, this was there really more consistency than I want? I don't know. Like, coaches move around all the time too. I felt like I had something that was pretty much what I expected when I turned it on with the college game, and now it's the Wild West, and I don't know what to do with it because I want to like it. I want to be watching a bowl game right now, and I am. So there it is. I'm watching 26-7. If anybody's wondering the score of this game as we speak here. Georgia Southern in the lead in the third quarter. Okay. Yesterday, Eric, the rain. Interesting stakes for this game. I mean, two Titan teams in the Eagles and the Bills. And how physical did this game look? Was this the kind of game, seeing Allen get hit like he did, and then the Bills' defense in the second half especially, did that stand out to you about yesterday?
Yeah, it seemed chippier than a team that's supposed to play, every 4 years. I know we played them a couple years ago, or we played them in 2023. And based upon, now playing that 17th game, I guess we'll play the Eagles and other NFC opponents more often. But It was pretty chippy out there, that's for sure. It started with the special teams plays, and then, it was chippy throughout this game. It was hard hitting. It was physical. And, they were going at it out there. And, both teams tried to establish the run throughout the game, neither that successfully, but both, especially with the rain, wanted to play a physical brand of ball. And, yeah, I'm with you. It was a physical game out there.
Eric, it's been a long time. Maybe this is by being spoiled, but it's been a long time since the Bills have had sort of a complete, really good day, 4 quarters. Even Pittsburgh, where they ended up pulling away. They had 3 points at halftime. I don't know. Maybe you just want to bring yourself to get past this as the playoffs come around. But it's not the greatest feeling in terms of confidence and faith in this team when even Cleveland, we didn't speak you and I last week, trailing at home to Tampa and Cincinnati in the fourth quarter. It's another one yesterday where, how long were we into the game before the Bills even scored at all? Well into the fourth quarter. It's not the kind of form, I guess, I want to see them be in.
No, I'm with you. And we keep thinking, okay, now it's going to start clicking, and now it's going to start clicking. And, it's a culmination of everything. Yes, the mistakes on offense left them scoreless yesterday, but really they didn't have great drive starts either. It wasn't like the defense forced a turnover to kind of jumpstart things, a big special teams play. We were consistently losing the special teams or the field position battle again yesterday. And, it's just we're struggling at times to finish off drives, to score points. And then, defensively in the games that we can't, make those disruptive plays, we're not necessarily setting this team up with great field position when teams punt the ball away. Shakir did have the nice return yesterday. That was, his best return of the season. But other than that, you don't really have a feared punt returner back there. All that being said, you just keep waiting for them to put it together. Okay, now the defense is playing better. Here we go. This is going to be one of those signature Bills games that we've gotten so accustomed to. This Bills team over the last 5-6 years has the biggest point differential margin in the NFL by a wide margin. And that's because they haven't had so many games where it clicked on both sides of the ball. And we just have not had, I guess maybe Carolina's the last time that we could say that this year. And we played a backup quarterback in Andy Dalton. Now that Carolina team looks better now than that win maybe even did at the time. But, yeah, there's concerns. It just seems like there's the little mistakes, whether it's the Josh Allen fumble, the bad decision on the sack, the missed shot down the field to Cooks, which I'm glad he took. You take those shots, try and get on the same page with him, see if he can be an impact player down the field. But just enough things happen where you shoot yourself in the foot and you're just not quite good enough to overcome those right now. And you don't really have that, kind of go-to guy on the outside. And, whether it's Josh's foot or whatever, not making plays on the scramble drill yesterday that, kind of have become a cheat code over the years on those third and long plays where maybe we had a holding penalty that in the past we could overcome, and we're just not overcoming them consistently right now.
Mm-hmm. Eric, Allen is taking so many hits. This is not new to yesterday or exclusive to yesterday. 14 sacks last year, 40 this year so far. I try not to, make any effort to get in his head, and I want everybody listening to know that. Like I'm not trying to think like he might be thinking or whatever, but at the same time, I think we're maybe all wondering how much pressure he's feeling, or even like physically, or just what he thinks of this point that we're making in here constantly about the lack of, quality weapons. Whatever it is, you have a game like yesterday where he doesn't see Cooks open on that fourth down, gets hit short. Then, of course, quintessentially the last play of the game. Do you want to offer a theory? Is there one worth, taking seriously here? Try to predict maybe where his head is at.
To me, I think he's embraced it this year playing, the brand of ball they're going to play. They rush the ball 50% of the time. They run a lot of play action now, and that's kind of their recipe for success with the way this roster is built with the heavy personnel. And, the passing numbers go down. Our yards per play goes down dramatically without Dalton Kincaid on the field. Our points per game on the season goes down 7 points without Dalton Kincaid on the field. And it just goes to show you how this team's built, that a tight end can make that big of a difference. And he's missed enough games where it's not like, hey, he missed 2 games and, there's your anomaly. It's been consistent enough that you can look into those types of numbers. And so, to me, it seems like when it's time to turn it on and put the cape on, he's generally brought us back in those games at the end and done more with his legs. And we're trying not to rely on him doing as much until we need it. And maybe in the playoffs, it's let him loose. And here we go. It's Josh Allen time. But, I would say mentally he seems to be fine because we see him show up in these big moments. And we had a 4-game win streak and all that. But, I think at times you could see the frustration on his face that it's just not clicking like we assumed it would be at this time of the year.
James Cook leads the league in rushing. That's pretty good. I'm thinking about that. It's very similar to last year, Eric, where you could play for a seeding in Week 18, but it wasn't the highest of stakes. Last year, we saw Allen come out after one play in New England. Cook gets back in the game for the touchdown he needed for a record. Would you play it similarly this week? And does the fact that it's the end of the stadium have any part in what your strategy would be?
No, I mean, I'm obviously going out there to play to win, but I'm playing to win without Josh Allen, and I'm playing to win without James Cook and a number of other guys that I can get out. I mean, just based upon the number of guys you can have active on game day and the 53-man roster, you can only have so many guys fit for this one. You got practice squad elevations and whatnot, but, I'm taking out a number of key guys. I'm probably have Ryan Vandemark and Alec Anderson out there on the line, maybe even Van Pran Granger or whoever else. James Cook's out. Josh Allen's out. Defensively, Christian Benford. I don't know who else, defensively, maybe Bosa, whoever that may be on the back end of the defense, front end. But you're getting as many guys as you can out of this one, and then you go say, look, let's go out and win. If we lose, we're the 7 seed. If we win, you got the Chargers are a pretty big underdog at Denver. Houston's playing the Colts. They probably win, but you get that 6 seed, then you go to Jacksonville, and there's some that would say, hey, send us to the AFC North site, and, hopefully we can get the 5 seed. Yeah, that's great, but we need a couple things to happen in our favor for that to happen. So it looks like if we could take care of business against the Jets, I think we're like an 8.5-point favorite, which it's interesting. I looked today to see if there was going to be a spread on it because no one knows the strategy yet, and that's going to make a dramatic difference in the point spread. But all that being said, you're likely going to have to go to Jacksonville week 1 if it plays out the way the point spreads are sitting right now. And these are pretty significant point spreads that would say that we're likely headed to Jacksonville in week 1 of the playoffs. And you want to be as healthy as you possibly can and preserve as many guys as you can and get ready for that. And then you put guys out there. And yes, it's the final game at Highmark, and, you might not have all your guys out there, but it's still going to be a very ceremonial and special day for a stadium that, I mean, even personally, I just have so many memories in. I brought my family up to the game last weekend. It worked out better because Christmas break ends this upcoming Monday. So especially now that it's a 4:25 kick, it's either skip the first day after 2 weeks off of school or keep them up all night traveling home. And, that's not going to be a recipe for success. And I say all that, it was very special. Even in the rain, we went down on the field and took a picture one last time in there as a family. And so it'll be a special day Sunday. It just might not be the product on the field that we saw from a competitiveness standpoint that we saw this past week against the Eagles.
Mm-hmm. While you're on that point, this train of thought about the stadium, it really is an unfortunate way to have played out, because it's not the end of their season. If you miss the playoffs, even for a team like this, as shocked as we would have been overall, still, you have your party, right? I mean, that's win or lose. Your guys are playing, and like some of those drought seasons, Kyle Williams, I'm thinking of, like there's no two ways about it. Like, you're celebrating the end of the era. Not here so much. I mean, you will. You can. But fans are going to be focused on the playoffs. Of course, the players, too. This point about resting guys as well. And not the shock, Eric, but the surprise of not having a home playoff game, at least probably, really does take some of the luster off it. I think it'll be an interesting day emotionally for fans because you're still thinking more about how the season is going to end and whether they can win. But you're not going to be able to have that all come to fruition when you're at the stadium with, for the last time.
Yeah, I agree with that. And it's unfortunate that it's played out like this. I'm with you 100% because, even if you get the 6th seed, then there's still a chance. There's still a chance that you get one more game. If you get the 5 seed, even a little bit better of a chance that you get one more game at Highmark. Just the chances of that are going to be pretty unlikely. So, yeah, I'm with you on that. I think the expectations, and certainly the expectations were different heading into the season, and then even through that first quarter of the season where we started 4-0.
With Eric Wood here on the Wester Hotline, I'm Mike Schopp. It is Football Monday on WGR. I liked your point about checking the spread to see if the line is up and what that might signify. I think because I do the same thing, I think if I were to expect Allen and the starters to play full out as if they really wanted to win this game, top priority, the line would be double what it is. 7.5, 8 for the Jets at home. Look at what just happened to them against New England. I talked myself into the Jets yesterday, Eric. And I've done that many times, hardly ever successfully. But, all the stuff, the second game in a division series at home, short week for New England, kind of. I just saw, a quarterback trying to win a job, a coach maybe trying to save one. Thought I'd get at least a game that wasn't over by 1:30, I guess. But, I mean, how about that?
Yeah, that was a blowout. There was not a whole lot of suspense there. And then now you have another backup quarterback traveling up to New England this week. And we've seen the Dolphins' numbers under Mike McDaniels when they play in the cold. But generally that's been Tua. So maybe it's different with Ewers playing at quarterback. But my confidence in winning the division with those two games coming down the pipe for New England was not very high. And Miami has been competitive, and they've played a lot better. But I just don't trust them going up to New England in that situation.
Although, if you talk to Fitz this week, he might remind you of the time his Miami team, did go there and beat Brady last week of the season when New England needed it and Miami took them. So I don't know if that means anything here, but it at least happened not that long ago.
And that was when Brady didn't shake Fitz's hand after the game, and
okay,
Fitz is still pretty bitter about that. If you ever get him on here, mention it.
I didn't see Allen shake hands yesterday.
I mentioned that on the post game, and it was a quick runoff. And look, Josh Allen is all class, and he always has been. And I understand in that moment that you're not looking to go out and exchange pleasantries when there's none that are going to come out of your mouth. I've been in that situation, and you're ready to get back to the tunnel, and then Josh has got to do his press conference and all that. I would time to go get in the cold tub, shower, do my media appearance in the locker room. Tougher situation when you got to go face the music at the podium. Probably looking to go cool down a little bit. You could see it all over his face how upset he was after that throw.
A few minutes left with Eric Wood. These possible playoff opponents. The Jags maybe first. You laid it out. I think it's most likely that the Bills will go to Jacksonville. Not a sure thing, but maybe New England, Houston, Denver, or the others even. How do they line up for you? Is one of these teams, maybe we start with the Jaguars here as the most likely opponent, like a good or a bad matchup? New England the Bills having played them twice is a thing to factor into any analysis there. The Bills have seen the AFC North teams and the Texans. I don't know. What should we be rooting for?
I don't know, and it's hard to say because is Trevor Lawrence going to be able to show up in the playoffs like he's been showing up recently? He hasn't proved that in the past. You got a bunch of young guys, and then you got either Aaron Rodgers or a Scoop Huntley or a dinged up Lamar Jackson. it's going to be interesting to see how all this shakes out. I mean, I was debating this with Joe Marino on my Center on Buffalo podcast last week. It's you could talk yourself into, which matchup you think is worse for the Bills, but I mean, they're probably favored against all of them, which is interesting. And, because you got Josh Allen and the defense has been playing better, and you just assume this offense starts clicking, and you got James Cook. You have a good offensive line despite a, up and down performance yesterday against the Eagles. And so, Jacksonville probably maybe the most complete team of the three that we could go against, just based upon they're good on both sides of the ball, but maybe not as dominant of one side of the ball as a Houston, I'll say.
Mm-hmm. You're thinking Jacksonville, New England, and Denver as the three teams? I mean, the AFC North is still possible, but is that how you're looking at it? Like those are the three likeliest opponents? Okay.
Yeah, that's how I'm looking. And you go to Denver, you go to the elevation. They got a good pass rush. To me, they're a team that they're similar to the Chiefs last year, where they find a way to get it done. 11 one-score wins on the season, and they find a way to get it done, and they got a good defense. And then when you look, New England probably doesn't scare me the most of all of them, even though Drake May, of all those quarterbacks, is probably playing at the highest level.
Mm-hmm. Did you see the Cody Ford play yesterday?
I did, and, just saw all the social media posts comparing his stats to Josh Palmer's yesterday. And all that.
I'm glad I missed that, I guess. But, yes, really? Yeah. One catch?
One catch for 21 yards. Looked pretty athletic. I mean,
yeah,
good on him. Good on, I guess, Joe Burrow said he wanted to start having some fun in Cincinnati, and so Zach Taylor designs a play for a backup O-lineman.
Yeah, who knew that was in the bag for Cody Ford? The former Bill lines up out to the right and catches a pass, makes a move. The poor DB, what do you even do with that? Just try to cut him down or something? I don't know. But Ford kind of runs around him up the sideline, like a tight end or somebody. So I didn't know he had that play, but kind of cool.
I know we always used to joke as offensive linemen, like we dive on fumbles, we bat down passes that come to us because as athletic as we think we are, as many times we've seen Dan Connolly run down on that kickoff return for the Patriots all the way down to the 5-yard line, we are sitting ducks out there, and we are not as athletic as we think, and we are going to get crushed running with the football. We are a big, fat, slow target for these defenders. So good on Cody Ford for making a little move out there.
Eric, I'll let you go. By the way, 2 p.m. tomorrow, Louisiana Tech versus Coastal. It's the bowl season. Creeps closer to the New Year's festivities. Wow, amazing. Who's even Coastal? Is that Coastal Carolina? Is Coastal?
Carolina. They got a new head coach. His name's Ryan Beard. He used to be at the University of Louisville under the Petrino staff. So I will be following Coastal a little bit next year because decent buddies with him. So,
all right.
But he just got there, so I don't know how much influence he'll have. But yeah, to your point about the college bowl games, it's getting harder and harder for me to find any interest in these games. And I was even looking at the playoff games, and I want to see Alabama versus Indiana. Like, is Indiana, they're the number one team in the dance. Like, okay, well, now you got the perennial power in Alabama. Like, I'm excited to see that one on New Year's Day.
I like that too. I'd be rooting for them. Same with beating Ohio State in the Big Ten championship. Just like, all right, Indiana, really? And so here is a chance for you to prove you belong there. Very good. Eric, thanks for today. Happy New Year, and we will talk Wild Card Weekend next Monday.
Sounds good. Happy New Year, brother.
Thanks. Eric Wood on the West Her Hotline. The Bills do have their regular season finale still to come against the Jets Sunday at 4:25, which happens to be the time right now. Eric's appearance on WGR, as always, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com, and by Northtown Kia, Western New York's #1 Kia dealer. Shop at northtownkia.com. Let's hear from you next, 803-0550. I've got Sal lined up for 5 o'clock. The latest on injuries, maybe something official on the release of Michael Badgley. That happened today. Maybe we'll find out if Matt Prater is back or just what the Bills plan on doing. I assume they'll have a kicker this week. Although, it'd be cool if they didn't, right? Not the most important game? See what it looks like? Sal Kapacio at 5. Your calls next as we continue on Football Monday. I'm Mike Schopp. This is WGR.
Sean McDermott is still speaking with the media as we go now. However, we did get some injury updates. Quarterback Josh Allen is dealing with some soreness, though it is said to be similar to last week, albeit slightly better. Matt Prater moving in the right direction. He should be back this week. And then Terrell Bernard, he is going to be out as he deals with a calf injury. He was ruled out during yesterday's contest against the Eagles. We'll get more on yesterday and what we heard from today. Sal Kapacio does join the show in just about a half hour at 5 p.m. Week 17, though, is going to wrap up tonight with Monday Night Football. Rams at Falcons, kickoff 8:15. You can't listen to that game on our sister station, the Bet 1520. Coverage over there is going to begin at 7:30, and that is because it is Sabres game night. They're out in St. Louis to take on the Blues. They're looking for their 9th straight win. Dahlin and Zucker, both in attendance for morning skate today. We'll get word on if either will be playing later on this afternoon. Pregame right here on WGR. We'll get underway at 7 for an 8 p.m. puck drop. And then before pregame, stay tuned. Brian Koziel will join the show at 6 p.m. It's Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
You could talk yourself into which matchup you think is worse for the Bills, but they're probably favored against all of them, which is interesting because you got Josh Allen and the defense has been playing better, and you just assume this offense starts clicking, and you got James Cook. You have a good offensive line despite a up-and-down performance yesterday against the Eagles. And so, Jacksonville probably maybe the most complete team of the three that we could go against just based upon they're good on both sides of the ball, but maybe not as dominant of one side of the ball as Houston, I'll say.
Eric Wood, do you agree? Are the Bills favored in Jacksonville next week if that's the game? It was leading up to their game in New England a few weeks ago, and we talked to Sam Panayotovich one Friday, maybe 2 weeks before that, looking ahead to Bills-Patriots, when we were kind of already in this same mode, which is like you're chasing them, and what's that going to look like? And Bulldog and I had a conversation already that day or the day before about how we thought the Bills would be underdogs there, and Sam's like, I don't think so. He thought they'd be favored in New England, and I remember sitting here thinking, like, okay, really? And they won. I mean, they were down 21-0, but they did win that day. I might just be sitting too close to the Flames, but I am not in the mood to, like, bet on the Bills to win these road games. Like, I don't know if they can't win one, but if the Bills are giving points to the Jaguars in that first round, I don't know. Like, I'm really not there. And I wonder if they'll be favored. I'm not sure Eric's wrong. It reminds me of that Patriots conversation. Like, really? It's because of Allen? It's like that much because of Allen? They'd be favored? I don't know. His week to week has not been that great anyway. So I wonder do you think Eric's right? Are the Bills favored on the road against anybody in round one? Denver? Jim Harbaugh just announced that Justin Herbert will not play, or at least not start, for the Chargers Sunday in Denver. We have a Week 18 that's just kind of pointless, except for those 2 or 3 games that are for first place, and the 2 games, AFC North, NFC South, the loser doesn't make it. Okay. What's important? Seattle, San Francisco. What else is important? If Chicago and Philadelphia for the 2-3 don't want to really try for it. New England, Denver, Jacksonville, Houston, Buffalo, all have to varying degrees, a couple more than others, a stake this week. It's not do or die. Denver is playing for the 1. They get the Chargers, who were close to winning against Houston and being in a position where they could win this game for first place. That doesn't happen. And here is LA, much like the Bills, in this limbo where maybe they're the 6, maybe they're the 7, outside chance at the 5. And Jim Harbaugh is like, yeah, quarterback's going to sit. This is not what the league had in mind. I mean, every year falls differently. but no Herbert for the Chargers. What does that mean for the Bills? It's not great. Like Denver, the Chargers were a team to get to the 5 if that's what you wanted. That's a team that you needed, what I might have that wrong. I don't know. There's so many different permutations in my head. Who it's good for is the Broncos. And then maybe they end up like last year. Remember that game against Kansas City? Kind of cruising at home to a win in Week 18. I'll run some of these other calculations here if we're going to assume a Chargers loss by this. But Eric's talking like this is interesting too. Of course, more interesting for our purposes, like that the Bills will sit everybody. He sort of was talking like that might even be a given to him. And I said the point about the spread for this week. I don't think the Bills are favored by only 8 points against the Jets if everybody's going all in. It would be closer to 14, I think. So I think somebody knows that they're going to play it carefully. And so New England can go for the 1, but really, I'm not sure they push the pedal all the way down given the Herbert news and what does Jacksonville still needs to win for the division. It's just you don't have NFC 2. You don't have teams don't think it's worth that much, the seeding. They'd rather have the rest. That's what it looks like. I wondered about the Rams tonight. Tonight's the last game of the fantasy season. And Matthew Stafford has been so good. And Puka, when the Rams are getting after it, you love having any of those guys in fantasy football. Of course, Kyron Williams, Adams when he's healthy. And I wondered if Seattle and San Francisco both won yesterday, which would mean the Rams can't win the NFC West, if they would pull back tonight. And then you end up starting these guys with your fantasy seasons on the line, and they don't even, they probably play, but maybe the Rams just run the ball all night or whatever. Last year, they were kind of in that same position where the seeding would change, but they decided to rest players. So why wouldn't they do that again? They'll probably for sure do that next week, I would think. But maybe even tonight. There's too much of that, isn't there? Can we fix this in some way? I know, now we're going to try to fix something else that maybe isn't really broken. Teams have seeding on the line next week, maybe starting with the Chargers here by this Herbert news. He's going to not start the game. And they're going to play it like it's not that important. And I think the Bills might be the same in this way. Sounds like we're headed there. We'll have Sal on in 25 minutes, and he'll tell us what kind of vibes he got or even comments from Sean McDermott along these lines. Terrell Bernard will not play against the Jets with his calf injury suffered yesterday. That was announced by McDermott today. Let's go to Joe here. Hi, Joe.
Hey, Mike. How we doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
I'll keep this really quick. Yesterday, that two-point conversion, it failed. Josh Allen missed the throw. I get that. He's not perfect. Neither is any other quarterback. It stinks to see that. But, consistently, we are one of the top teams in the league. And shout out to your producer, Zach. He's a great dude, very knowledgeable. I asked him a question. I go, isn't Josh Allen statistically a top 5 quarterback all time in the playoffs? We both agreed. It's stats here, stats there, whatever. All I'm trying to say is back when we had Tyrod Taylor, his best season, he had 20 touchdowns, 6 picks. Low risk, low reward. I would rather take Josh Allen every day of the week, slinging the ball. I know he makes these goofy mistakes, and he's trying to do too much. He's in his head. He knows the pressure that's on him. And, what I absolutely love about Josh is his toughness. Obviously, his foot/ankle, whatever's going on with him, is bothering him. But every interview, post-game interview, hey, did your foot affect you in any way? Nope. Good to go. He said the same thing when he tore his UCL a couple of years ago. And after he tore his UCL, he threw a 70-yard bomb to Gabe Davis that he dropped versus the Jets. That stinks as well. But what I'm trying to say is for people freaking out about this loss, the Eagles are a top 3 team for the past couple of years. And their defense is no joke.
I don't think people are freaking out. I mean, I know you said you wanted to keep it short. I just want to get a word in. I don't hear people freaking out. I don't think it's about losing to Philadelphia. I think it's about that too many times this year the offense looks lost. And yesterday they got ragdolled for most of that game. I don't know if that's freaking out, but
can I say one more thing?
Yeah.
The people freaking out are my friends that I'm talking to. My one buddy's a season ticket holder, but he's the most pessimistic Bills fan you have ever met. Like, it's so bad. He's like, Josh is never going to get it done. Look at this. He had the win. He didn't get it. I'm like, just relax. This is the greatest quarterback that we've ever seen in our life. Like, it is a pleasure to go to the stadium, Highmark, and watch Josh Allen play football, because I have honestly never seen a quarterback do what he does. The toughness that he has and the strength that he has, and he's carrying this team. We do have a good team. I would like if we had, a number one wide receiver. We don't have that, but it is incredible what he has done with the talent that is around him.
That's fine. Thank you, Joe. That's fine. I'm just not. Is this freaking out also? My head is not at taking stock of Josh Allen's career right now. And I think that that's probably most of you. Go ahead and say all that all you want. What's really wrong about it? I'm not. It's December 29th, and the playoffs are next week, and I'm not sitting here comparing him to other quarterbacks in Bills history. Fair or not, this is his, arguably at least, best shot at it, because you have inexperienced quarterbacks, you don't have Mahomes, everything you already know. Like this is going to be when it's supposed to happen. So it needs to, I think. And we'll see if it does, and if it does, great. But if they go to Jacksonville and lose, and I don't even know if they'll be favored there, maybe Eric's right, maybe it's a pick 'em, I don't know. But if that happens, what are we going to say then? I always said, and mostly this was hardly ever about Allen. This was mostly about McDermott in conversations that people would bring up by calling in. Like, what will tip you to saying they should make a change there? And to have a take on this, and not just wanting to equivocate all the time on it, because I don't necessarily know what it's going to take, when I'm going to think it. But I said, if they lose in the playoffs the same way, which is that they can't get off the field on defense, whether it's against Patrick Mahomes or anybody else, then maybe it's time to start a new experiment. That's what I have said throughout the season, before the season, about this. Well, it's coming up. I don't think there's really anything in play here for Allen. And if people are freaking out, it's not about him. It's also fair to criticize him for a lot of what happened yesterday, I think. And as good as you think Philadelphia is, that's a huge miss at the end. I'll say again, if he hits it, we feel better. And then I think guys do play this week. And maybe the Bills will benefit from not having to push it, knowing that they can't catch New England now. Maybe that's sort of a blessing in disguise, I guess. 803-0550 for your calls. Thank you, Joe. Sal Kapacio at 5. I'm Mike Schopp. This is WGR. Thanks to a listener that shared a video on Twitter of Josh Allen and Jalen Hurts exchanging a handshake after yesterday's game. I took my cue from Eric. I think I had the radio broadcast up, and then when they eventually showed Allen post game, he was in the tunnel already. So I guess there was a handshake, and that's good to hear. I like knowing that there was, that Allen didn't escape. Here's Adam next. Hi, Adam.
Hey, Mike. I'm kind of surprised to hear that you were surprised that Eric said that the Bills would be favored on the road in Jacksonville. And before I get to my point, I was just kind of curious because I know that you have you're appreciative of analytics and advanced numbers, things like that. How do you personally evaluate who is good and who is bad in the league when you're trying to make these decisions? Are you doing this off of feel? Is it a combination? Like, what are you looking at that's leading you to believe that Jacksonville should be a favorite against the Bills? With the Bills being on the road in the playoffs.
I guess just their season. I admitted earlier to being maybe I'm too close to this situation here, but I'm exhausted from how erratic the Bills are, whether it's because they can't get stops or if their offense can't function. I mean, a lot of their games have been one or the other, and a couple have been both, whereas Jacksonville, after the bye, I mean, they went to England and got blown out by the Rams, if I remember right, but since have almost maybe not lost hardly once. So no, I don't have a website for this. I'm just their point differential's better, their record is better. Maybe their competition isn't as good. Have the Bills played a tougher schedule?
Yeah, I think that's why I was curious. One of the stats that I like a lot is series conversion rate. I just feel like if you look at how the offense is moving the ball down the field versus how your defense is preventing the teams from moving the ball down the field, I feel like that's a really good indicator of how well a team controls a game. And that's obviously not competition adjusted, but when you look at that over the last 5 years for the Bills, this team is markedly better than last year's team. And it is about the same as the 2022, 2023, and the 2020 Bills. And when I look at where they are in that stat versus the field, you look at the competition, I felt really good. In fact, I even tweeted earlier today. I'm like, I don't think the Bills are going to be an underdog against any team that they go face on the road in the playoffs. I don't think a single one. I don't even think they would be an underdog in Denver. I get what you're saying about how erratic the team can feel at times, the way things go. Some of that is the Josh Allen experience. I think some of that has been McDermott and the staff really trying to figure out, what this defense needs to be, who they need to plug in where, how to play things. The way I see it, I see the defense coming together at the right time. I see the offense being challenged one more time in a way that, is going to force them to take another harder look at how they're, doing certain things. But I feel just as good, if not better, going into the playoffs right now than any other season. And I think that some of the people that are saying that this is the best Bills chance, the best opportunity they've had, I think there's some merit to it. I don't think the quality of competition is there. It's been a very weird year in the NFL. And Vegas looks at home versus road as only a 1.5 point swing either way, 3 total, right? It's really hard to win 4 games in a row in the playoffs no matter what. I'm unbothered by the fact that they have to go on the road. I think it's just such a minor part of the picture as a whole. And I feel good about their chances. I really do. I think that this is a year they could get it done.
Thank you, Adam. Well, I'll say at least this much about the betting markets. That's at the essence of the question is what will the odds be? They're very sophisticated. I mean, that's not feels, right? Those lines are not set by feels. And the odds point always needs to include that those that set the line are trying to set a market and get action on both sides, and they're thinking about what the public might think of the two teams as well. I don't know everything that goes into that, secret sauce, but there is that to consider that would shape what the line is for a game. And maybe the Bills, talking to Sam every week, who is somebody that is heavily invested on their winning the Super Bowl this year, Sam Panayotovich, maybe the simple existence of Allen might really set the tone for all this. And what the numbers say. The numbers don't look terrible on the Bills. I wouldn't say that. But the fact that you have an MVP here versus a Lawrence or a Bo Nix or whoever else might really be the most important factor, more so than home field. I know I would say that, and who's favored in any of these potential matchups. Sal Kapacio next. I'll put it to Sal as well. This is Mike Schopp, Football Monday on WGR.
Buffalo Bills head coach Sean McDermott wrapped up speaking with the media about a half hour ago. No news yet on what the team will do this weekend, which is wildcard seeding to play for. But on the injury front, we did get some updates. Josh Allen, he's dealing with some soreness. McDermott did say, though, it was similar to last week, albeit in a slightly better spot. Matt Prater is moving in the right direction and should be good to go for this week, while Terrell Bernard is out as he is dealing with a calf injury. And we'll get more on yesterday's loss to Philly and what we heard from today. Sal Kapacio, he does join the show next. The Bills did have some roster moves as the team did announce the release of kicker Michael Badgley from the practice squad. And then Week 17 is going to wrap up tonight with Monday Night Football. Rams at Falcons, kickoff at 8:15, and you can listen to that game over on our sister station, the Bet 1520. Coverage begins at 7:30. And then some other notes in the NFL looking to this weekend. Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert is not going to start against the Broncos. To the Sabres, they are in action tonight. They are out in St. Louis to take on the Blues. The Sabres are looking for their 9th win in a row. Rasmus Dahlin and Jason Zucker were both in attendance for morning skate. We'll find out a little bit closer to game time if either will be playing tonight. Puck drop at 8, pregame at 7, both right here on WGR. And then before pregame, do stay tuned. Brian Koziel is going to join the show at 6 p.m. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Wondering as we go through the week, and it might even not take the whole week, if the Chargers announcement on Justin Herbert won't create a ripple effect all through the AFC. And not Pittsburgh or Baltimore, but everybody else just sort of, even New England. Like New England could get to the 1, but they'll need Denver to lose. Now, Justin Herbert is not going to play against Denver on the road. What are the odds? So does New England pull back? And then does Jacksonville? Well, Jacksonville still has to win their division. Maybe not so much there. And, of course, the Bills are a part of this. Like the Bills and the Chargers had a kind of similar layout for if they wanted to go for it to get to the 5, but the 5 is the highest they can go. And the Chargers are like, it's not worth it. I wonder if the Bills will end up saying the same. Sal Kapacio with us now, of course, on the field yesterday and with Sean McDermott at his press conference today. Did you get any sense of direction here from McDermott, Sal, today on which way he might be leaning for Sunday?
I guess I'd be reading the tea leaves a little bit, which is what you're asking me. I feel like Josh Allen's going to start to keep the starting streak alive, and then they'll get him out of there, whether that's one play or a series. Now, it has been pointed out to me, and it's right. He's 1 TD away from 40. That could mean something for sure. I don't know about like contractual incentives and things like that. Joe Brady even mentioned that when someone asked him about it on the Zoom call we just had. The Bills, remember, last year put James Cook in after they got down near the goal line to get him that extra touchdown to break the record or tie it last year. So the big picture, though, Mike, I get the sense the Bills will prioritize getting guys healthy. The issue here is, though, even if that's the case, you can only dress 48 players, and you can only elevate 2 from the practice squad. It's not like you can go with a preseason roster here. There's not 90 guys on the roster, right? So some guys are going to play. I think the Bills will play this game to make sure they are healthy enough to get into the playoffs and as healthy as they can be. But I also think they'll want to win the game with the guys on the field. You know what I mean?
Yes. Winning the game does mean a little bit. I mean, in the standings. I'm not talking about psychologically, but you're the 7 if you lose. And you'd like to be able to avoid that, if not for matchup reasons, just for the possibility of a home game later, remote as it might be.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm fascinated by the whole conversation of this part of it is one, right? Which is, do you prioritize the health of players? And I think they will, because they've been very banged up this year, and they have a lot of guys already now this week that are dealing with injuries, including Josh Allen. By the way, just on that, so everybody knows, McDermott said Allen is dealing with soreness. He is looking a lot like last week, but maybe in a better spot than he was early last week. So that's good news, obviously, because I think the foot clearly impacted him in some capacity yesterday. But he also said Terrell Bernard is going to be out for sure. They know that. Dalton Kincaid, Daquan Jones, Jordan Poyer, Jordan Phillips are all improving. But, I mean, even on those guys, you might want to kind of hold back. Now, Matt Prater might actually play. He said that he actually thinks that he should be able to play this week. Now, the part I'm fascinated about, though, is not just the resting guys. It's, do the Bills kind of have a hierarchy of order of how they want to, where they want to be, who they want to play, right? And how does everything that happens at 1 p.m. and then during their game impact that? I don't know if that's the case. That's really fascinating to me.
Yeah, it could a little bit, but if you have two heavy favorites going there with Jacksonville and Houston, and the likeliest scenario is the Jags. Would the Bills make an effort to avoid that in some way? Is kind of your point. If they can, I don't know. Would you? Like, if I know it hasn't been ideal this year because of New England mostly, but if you're going to Jacksonville in round 1, I can live with that.
Yeah, I think the question, Mike, is a fair question, which is, if you're the Bills, like, do the Bills internally think there's a difference, and what would that difference be between going to New England or going to Jacksonville?
I would say no.
They prefer one or the other.
I would say no, because you might just get the other team the next week. You know, like, does the order is the question, I guess. Who do you want to play first? I doubt it would get that far. Do you disagree?
No, I don't. I do disagree a little bit. I think you have to think about those things and where those rosters are right now. You know, I mean, because a 1 week could make a difference on injuries too.
Sure.
I think you think about it. No, I don't think it's the end all be all though. I don't think you play the game to put yourself in a position because there's so much out of your control, right? But New England, they might be a heavy favorite, but they have nothing. I mean, yeah, they could try to win the 1 seed, but they're looking and going, okay, Herbert's not playing, so the Broncos are most likely going to win. How hard do we have to go for this, right? I mean, they may just say they might prioritize rest and say if we go for it and don't get it, what did we do there? We put guys in a position where they had to go an extra week where they could just start resting players. So I could see Miami winning that game. Suddenly New England falls to the 3.
A point within this is, all right, well, it's not a week off like the 1 seed that everybody covets, but it's a version of that. It's a lesser version of that where you're taking the pressure off, you're resting your most important players, and you might even find a coach who prefers that to the entire week off. I don't know if you will, but, you know, this week, if rhythm and continuity is a thing, you're able to continue with, you know, your routine, playing a game, but you're just not putting it all on the line in that game rather than having players get away for a few days or whatever the 1 seeds guys would do normally. So I don't know. You can really get down the hole here pretty far. What on the point about the Bills and how they play Sunday, what is James Cook winning the rushing title worth, in your opinion?
I think it means something to them for sure. Now they'll know, though. He's 47 yards up on Jonathan Taylor, but Taylor plays first. So if Taylor gets to 100 yards and James Cook needs, 50 yards, 53 yards, whatever, I think that would be important to them. They would want that. I think it's important to James Cook. James Cook said it's important to him and his family. And I think the Bills, they've treated these kinds of things in the past to be important to them. Remember a couple of years ago, they wanted to get the record of how many different guys caught touchdown passes, right? Last year, same thing with James Cook. As I said, they put him in. He came out of the game against New England, and then they put him back in to get a touchdown later. So I do think it matters to them.
They put him back in, and he got stopped, and they left him in last year in New England. So, yeah, no doubt. That was for the touchdown record, as I think you said. Well, working backwards, I guess, here, I've said it a few times today and then also last night. It really is a most unfortunate culmination to the stadium with all that it could have been. It's still, an important day for nostalgia and memories and this. But what's the fan mindset on Sunday? It's that, you compartmentalize it maybe. Like you have the stadium, but this is probably it, and it's not the end of the season. As opposed to even a non-playoff team, like a couple of drought teams, like Kyle Williams when he retired, where it's just like, oh, you have your party. And this is a different kind of party. There might be a more melancholy air to it than in another season because, the whole point is to win a championship, and they're going to have to go on the road to do it.
You know what's funny, Mike? I kind of look at it the other way a little bit here. I understand completely what you're saying, and there's no doubt. I remember when the schedule came out, and we said, man, if this is actually the last game, something went horribly wrong this year, right?
Yep.
Well, it might actually be the last game, and maybe something went horribly wrong. Thankfully, they're in the playoffs, but it looks like this will be the last game. And, you know, you want to have it where it means something and they're going for a championship, but you also then don't know when the last game's going to come. And maybe they lose the last game and it ends your season. And that's really terrible. And you're like, man, I remember walking off the field against the Kansas City Chiefs a couple of years ago at home and walking off the field against the Cincinnati Bengals at home. And, man, that just sucks. It sucks at any point, but your last game, you're at home. If it's the last game at Highmark and you lose in the playoffs, I mean, that's how it's forever remembered. At least now, I would say the silver lining here is, and I'm not trying to, trying to spin it that way, but I do think, though, that you can have a little fun with it now. There's no angst. You know what I mean? Like, I think if they're in a position to try and win the division, there's a lot more angst going into this game as well. And it's like, you got to win. It's the last game. You're going for the division. There's so much surrounding it. It's the red helmets. It's all the memories. It's what everybody else is talking about. And I think you can go in this game, and you can now kind of more focus on, let's have some fun with this.
Very well. That'll be interesting to talk to fans about throughout the week. Sal Kapacio on the West Her hotline. Now to yesterday. We've gone completely backwards here in time. The last play, sure, is maybe the easy answer to this. It was there and Allen missed. Beyond that, what had the most to do with the Bills losing this game? Sal, would you say? I mean, it's not. I'm not going to point the finger at the defense here. I doubt you'll do that. No. But what was at the root of their problems offensively?
Critical mistakes in critical moments, and they do not have the type of team to overcome those as they have in previous years. The Bills have so much less margin for error this year on offense than they've had in previous years. When they make a mistake and a second down hold makes it a 2nd and 14, it is way too tough to overcome compared to years before. When they have a goal to go situation and they only get a yard and now suddenly they didn't advance the ball, or they get a negative play in some respect in any situation, they don't have the margin for error. When they have a fumble and a turnover, they don't have the margin for error. And to me, what happened yesterday was that came out big time. They totally outgained the Philadelphia Eagles, over 300 yards of offense, a normal day, not a great day, a regular day in the NFL, maybe even a little less than that. But, oh, my God, 331 to 190 was the total, 4.5 yards per play to 3.5 yards a play. How did they not win? Because they made mistakes they couldn't overcome. They don't have the team to overcome that anymore on offense.
Was it only one first down by Philadelphia in the second half coming on their first possession? That sound right? I mean,
Mike, you have to count the kneel down. It's a play. They had, counting that, they had 16 yards on 18 plays. If you don't count the kneel down, they had 17 yards on 17 plays in the second half. Jalen Hurts didn't complete a pass in the second half. He was 0 for 7. 13 of 20 in the first half, 0 for 7 in the second half, 1 first down. I mean, to lose a game like that, the defense did everything they could do. The only real kind of criticism I have for the defense yesterday is they gave up 2 very long third downs again early in the game. They gave up a 3rd down and 10 and a 3rd down and 12. And no, those are things that have happened a little too much this year. But whatever. I mean, they allowed 13 points. A short field is why Philadelphia really scored a touchdown. And that wasn't a great drive by the defense, but they did everything to keep this game within reach for the offense. And the offense for 55 minutes did not score a point. And that's unacceptable. You can't have that happen.
After their first possession of the second half, Philadelphia 13 plays for 3 yards in the game.
Amazing.
Pretty good.
I mean, they punted 5 straight possessions. The Bills' run defense, which has been not good this year, against Saquon Barkley and the Eagles, the Bills did a great job. They held them to 82 yards rushing. They held Barkley to less than 4 yards a carry. And they basically just came in with a game plan and said, we are going to shut down Saquon Barkley and force Jalen Hurts to beat us throwing the ball, and he couldn't do it.
You had that situation very late in the game, 8 seconds or 18 seconds, and there's going to be a 10-second runoff. And the camera was glued to Sean McDermott as he stood next to an official waiting to call timeout. But he chose to not do it immediately. Did he get a question about that? I thought maybe he wanted to see Philadelphia line up, but I don't think the Bills lined up.
Unfortunately, no. It's good. I now that I think about it, would have been a good question. My inclination at the time was he just wanted to make it the last play of the game. He didn't want to leave any time on the clock.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So you let it go down a couple seconds, you call timeout, and then because if you call timeout right there, because the Bills could have chosen, by the way, in that situation, each team had an opportunity to use a timeout in lieu of the 10-second runoff. They decided not to. Each team wanted the 10-second runoff, and the Bills decided we're also not going to call timeout here. We'll let it run down a couple seconds, then we'll call timeout. So while I don't know the official answer, I believe it was because they wanted to make it the last play of the game.
And for all the grief a lot of us have given McDermott for that defensive timeout that he is so fond of, a lot of coaches are. Philadelphia did it before the 2-point play. And what happened on the 2-point play? Wide open receiver. So I wonder if coaches ever see the math. I guess I don't have the math myself, but it just seems, anecdotally at least, it just seems so common where you get the defensive timeout. All right, let's get everything buttoned up, and then boom, it breaks down anyway.
Well, and by the way, there was another play, even though he did call timeout there. They had the onside kick. The onside kick, there was time left to try and do that. There's a lot that always gets said about those defensive timeouts. I know fans get frustrated with it. I mean, the other thing you're doing when you call the timeout is you're forcing the other team to go to their second best option a lot of times. So if you see what they're in, yes, there's a snapshot timeout. Well, people say, well, what does it matter? They're going to switch. Well, that might be the point. You call a timeout, you're forcing them to go to something else that they wanted to do. So there's always been also a little back and forth of, well, maybe you go out there with your second best look, you wait for them to call timeout, and then you go to your best look. So there's always a cat and mouse game. I never have a problem with coaches doing that. I mean, you want to get to your best play and you want to have time to think about it. And the Bills had more time to think about it because they thought they scored the touchdown on the previous play, and they were ready to go for two, Mike. They had called for a 2-point conversion. They were on the field, and they had all that time for the review. So they had a ton of time to figure out what play they wanted to run.
Sure. It's also something you might think about every day all year. We had a conversation. Yeah. I'm not sure if you were a part of it. Bulldog and I had a conversation like, what are you running on the 2-point conversion for your season? We talked about this last week. Like, what are you running? That wasn't quite it, but close enough. I mean, this is the game on the line. Do you think, does the play call work for you? I know it was open, so it wasn't like they didn't. I mean, they got what they wanted, I guess, from the play call, which was an open Shakir. I might have guessed that it's Allen and, 5 guys pushing him forward from the 2, but maybe his injury has something to do with that. He did score 2 rushing touchdowns, even still.
It's a little too far for me to go tush-push. I think 1 yard, maybe 2 yards is tough, especially with that interior line. I mean, the way Jalen Carter was playing, I think that's a little too far, plus the injury. So does the play work for me? I'm going to be results-based when I say this. I mean, it was a great play design. It worked. Josh just missed him, right? So, I mean, I don't know if there's anything you can complain about the play design. Khalil Shakir did say, by the way, after the game, it is something they had been working on. It is something that you keep in your back pocket. You don't show that play until you get to that moment, because if you show it, then you can't run it again. So you have that set, and you're right. What do you run if you get to a 2-point play and your season's on the line? You have a couple of 2-point plays that are kind of in your play sheet, in your arsenal, because maybe you have a couple during the game, but you do something that you've been working on and practicing and holding back, like the hook and ladder. That's something that they had been working on, but you only bring it out on a gotta-have-it moment. I thought, and I still believe, the best option here, even though the play actually worked, would be Josh Allen rolling with options. Put the ball into your best player's hands, Josh Allen, let him get on the move, and he's so good at running into the end zone or flicking it to somebody or throwing it to somebody, kind of like the 4th down play that didn't work earlier, but probably should have if he sees Brandon Cooks or he throws it to him. Mm-hmm. That's because Josh Allen's going to draw so much attention when he rolls to his right that generally I think someone's going to be open. And if somebody stays home, he can take it. That, to me, was going to be the play and should have been, but I have no issue with the play they ran because it worked to perfection.
Then you can also
sneak the execution.
You can also sneak your extra lineman out to the left flat, and he walks in on that play you're thinking of. Two more quick ones. Kincaid. Eric Wood pretty much said it. Dan Orlovsky in a clip that I heard kind of said it. Basically that Kincaid is the skeleton key here to this offense. And then whenever he's ready, it's a whole different ballgame, the Bills' offense. I don't know. He's been on the field a lot. They've had good days and bad. I know their numbers points-wise are at least a little better when he's been on the field this year. I still think the sample size is a little small for my taste. How important is Kincaid?
He's really important. And I don't think that when you talk about this or anybody talks about this, they should just focus on Kincaid's production. What it does is it allows right now, like there's no other threat on the team, and he gives you a threat in the middle of the field. And because you struggle so much on the outside, at least that gives opportunity for guys on the outside to have a little bit more of a softer landing spot maybe on routes, right? Which is, okay, if you have to focus on Dalton Kincaid in the middle of the field, maybe I have another option outside where I normally wouldn't. Because right now, there's nothing like that. Yeah, you can throw it to Dawson Knox. They had a nice play action where that happens, but he's not a guy teams are focusing on. So I just think it comes down to how everybody kind of fits in a little bit better and has maybe an easier path to do what they have to do when Dalton Kincaid is. And yes, he is a good player, and he also can be a good matchup for you, obviously.
Okay, and one more, and this is also one we've been over and over, but my word for this is it's astonishing to me that with all the flux at receiver and for as little production as they're getting week to week, that Coleman isn't any part of it. Like, it's not that he was that productive, Sal, but they're going into these games grasping at straws at wide receiver. McCole Hardman, no, released. Gabe Davis, Brandon Cooks. And Coleman isn't even dressed. It's astonishing.
Well, but Mike, you answered your own question earlier. I heard you. They don't trust him. Simple as that. They don't trust him, I think. That's what it comes down to right now. And, I think there's off-the-field stuff there. And when you have a pattern of not being trusted off the field, then coaches aren't going to trust you on the field. If you're not going to do the little things that get you to Sunday, then how can we trust you do what you're supposed to do on Sunday? And on top of it, I think there's eyes on you. There's people watching. There's other players in the locker room who understand I'm doing everything I can. And, if he's not doing everything he can, why is he playing or being rewarded? And I'm not saying that's necessarily going on, but that's how football teams and organizations work. And I just think they're at a point where if he's not going to do the things that we need him to do, or we can't trust him off the field, then how are we going to trust him on the field? And we're not going to reward him for that. This week would be a week to play him, though, because if you're going to rest guys and, have guys out there who are, backups, so to speak, or whatever, put them out there and let them see and show, hey, we're going to put you out there. But now the challenge is you go make plays against a Jets team that looks terrible right now. And we're going to throw you the ball, and you're going to make plays. And I think that's his opportunity this Sunday, maybe.
Very similar to last year. Remember last year in New England, which was a Trubisky-Mike White game, he got 10 targets and went 2 for 31 on 10 targets. I mean, it's not Josh Allen, in fairness to Coleman. I wonder if they'll throw that out in the playoffs, or if the calculus changes on, about how many meetings he missed or whatever it is. We'll see in time. Sal, any fantasy sweats? Last game of the season tonight?
No, none for me. I was in my semifinals in my 2 big leagues both last week and lost in both. And of course, this week, the one same team outscores everybody, and I would have won the championship if I was in it, but that's the way it rolls in fantasy.
That's how it goes sometime. I know a guy who's got a pretty good one, if I might be able to share. So I host ADP Chasing, a fantasy podcast, every Tuesday through the offseason, then once a month during the season. The man I replaced as the host of that show, Sam Sherman, is playing for $2 million tonight.
No way.
Best Ball Mania, the signature best ball tournament that thousands of people enter, $25 a pop. He's in first place going into tonight. I think Pitts and Puka are bad for him, but he's got a great look at it. He had Purdy and Burden. What a night.
Wow.
You're in that position. You get 5 more touchdowns from Brock Purdy and Luther Burden over 100. And how about it? I mean, I don't know this guy very well. I've talked to him and his brother once or twice.
Do you know what he needs or what would hurt him, like how he loses?
Only as much as I just said. Like, I don't know numbers because there are too many other people who would be, candidates to win it, depending on what happens tonight. But I think I think Puka and Pitts are bad for him, which is not the best position, not the best 2 guys to have to fade in a game like this. But
that is amazing.
Who knows? Could be a very big night. And one of my co-hosts on that show, Pat Corain, has already won this tournament for $2 million the year of the Hamlin game.
Man, you're just hanging out with people, millionaires, winning millions all over the place. A buddy of mine had won the $1 million, whatever it was, Al Zeidenfeld a few years ago, and he had done a fantasy show for many years.
I know that name. All right, so eventually you'll find out how this went. I'll be sure to update you. Thank you, Sal.
You got it.
Sal Kapacio's appearances on WGR brought to you by Outlet Liquor, George Urban Boulevard in Depew, your place to buy a case. Outlet Liquor, what's your outlet? Coleman, Kincaid, yesterday in the rain, the end of the stadium, the playoff bracket, how hard to try. No shortage of topics around here on this Buffalo Bills Football Monday. 803-0550 for your calls. I'll be looking for them until 6. Brian Koziol will join me then. We'll talk a little Sabres as they go for their 9th straight win tonight. I'm Mike Schopp, and this is WGR.
spoke with the media earlier this afternoon, and while we do not have any news on what the team will be doing this week against the Jets, with just seeding in the wild card round to be settled, there was some news on the injury front. Josh Allen dealing with some soreness, though it is said to be similar to last week, albeit in a slightly better spot. Matt Prater is moving in the right direction. He should be back this week. And then Terrell Bernard is going to be out this weekend as he deals with a calf injury. And following up the Prater news that he should be good to go for this week, the team did announce they released kicker Michael Badgley from the practice squad. Around the NFL, Week 17 is going to wrap up with Monday Night Football tonight. Rams at Falcons, kickoff at 8:15. You can listen to that game on our sister station, the Bet 1520, as coverage will begin at 7:30. And then looking to the weekend, Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert will not start against the Denver Broncos. It is Sabres game night tonight. They are out in St. Louis. They do take on the Blues. Sabres looking for their 9th win in a row. Rasmus Dahlin and Jason Zucker were both in attendance for today's morning skate. We'll see if either play later up in the afternoon as we get closer to puck drop, which is at 8 p.m. pregame right here on WGR. We'll get underway at 7. And before pregame, coming up in just about a half hour, stay tuned. Brian Koziel will join the show at 6. It's Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
You've seen, we're trying to find the right combination, and continuity is important. So we'd love to have that right week to week, depending on how the game plan turns out and some of those things. I think those are the questions we start every week with of, hey, who do we have available? What does the game plan look like? And then we go from there. And some of those, sometimes, as what we've done, say with McCole over the last few weeks, or 1 week for sure lately with the Cleveland game, was to have him as the 5th wide receiver / special teams piece there too. So a lot of different ways to put it together, and we'll see how it looks this week with Keon and beyond.
Sean McDermott, no Keon Coleman again yesterday. Coach's decision, inactive. No Dalton Kincaid again yesterday, and he's somebody injured. He's somebody injured? He's somebody that I think more people, maybe many more people, would expect to make a difference when back on the field. I've been listening to that today from Eric, from Sal, from Dan Orlovsky, for what it's worth, and I don't know yet. Like, Kincaid for me more has been, geez, why doesn't he get the ball more? Why doesn't he play more snaps? Almost the same thing. He runs routes when he's out there, but he's not out there a lot. And then he gets hurt again, and that goes away for the time being until he comes back. And then we kind of ask those questions again. I mean, this is taking it too far the other way, I think. I don't mean to slant that against the guys who've come on and made these points about Kincaid and his value. But I doubt when he does come back, and I'm assuming he eventually does, probably not this week though, right? If I'm playing it carefully, it's not like they're going to lean into him. He's still been a here and there kind of a couple of bigger plays per game. He has 2 games this year. I want to look at this again. I had it up earlier. He has 200-yard games, I think. Yes, Chiefs and the Patriot loss, not in that order. So New England, 6 for 108. Kansas City, 6 for 101. Caught all his targets in each of those games. And he gets hurt in Miami. Misses almost a month. Back for the Bengals. Touchdown against the Bengals. 4 for 41 and then 3 for 34 in New England before 1 target last week against Cleveland and inactive yesterday. Well, it's another thing we have to talk about. No shortage of topics here. How hard to go this week? The vibes seem to be that the Bills will play it carefully. Maybe this will end up being almost the entire AFC. I doubt the Jaguars hosting Tennessee will rest starters. What they'll want is to get out to a point where they can do that later in the game. But they're still vulnerable to a Houston division win. So Jacksonville would not have this mindset, I think. I would be shocked if they did, the way the Chargers and maybe the Bills or even the Patriots will end up playing it, which is, carefully with injuries. And to the Jacksonville point, I think also Houston will push, still having a chance, but they're close. They're somewhat close to where the Chargers were. The Chargers couldn't win the AFC West after losing to Houston, as it happens. So that was out, and they're just going to pass on scrapping for the 5 or the 6. They're just going to rest Justin Herbert. They've already announced it, and play it more like a preseason game this week. Houston could do that, but that would be really something to do that with a chance at the AFC South. This is where the Bills would have been, where Houston is now, is where the Bills would have been had they won yesterday. And I think we'd be debating that even in that case. How hard to go this week? 1 game back of New England with the Patriots hosting Miami. And, that way, at least you push New England a little bit toward having to give a full effort. But that's out. And we'll see what the Patriots do, playing only for their seeding. They still have a shot at the 1. Denver plays at the same time. Denver's playing against whoever that is. Easton Stick, I don't even know who that is. So maybe New England has this to debate. But had the Bills won, I had friends yesterday, maybe it was you, that thought, especially as the game was playing out and Allen was hobbling and they couldn't score, you probably, if you weren't this person, you know this person. Take them out. Give up on yesterday. They don't, and they come so close to winning. Had they won it, now what do we do? All out, Allen on a bum foot, hoping that the Dolphins with Quinn Ewers go to Foxborough and win, or take a pass? It would have been an interesting discussion. Now it's easier, I think, this way, because there's no AFC East. And I don't know. I heard Sal talking, you heard what I said to him maybe as well, about trying to line yourself up for certain opponents. I don't even like the thought of it for the Bills right now, because they have to be thinking about winning it all. That's what this season was meant for. They're in the tournament, and their attitude has to be bring it on. Oh, Jacksonville. Oh, New England again. Denver. Bring it on. That's just the bottom line. And any sort of manipulation effort to, well, we really want to play Jacksonville first, and then maybe we can get to play a home game, and then this. To me, it's just not worth it. It's not even worth the time of thought. Like, just, you're the Bills. You're even today, the second betting choice in the AFC after losing to Denver. You're the team that might be favored against anybody in these playoffs. We don't need to spend any energy, especially when you can't control it anyway, on trying to line yourself up for a certain path. Not worth it, in my opinion. Bring it on. If it's Jacksonville, whoever it is, fine. And that comes out in the approach to this game against the Jets, or it might, where whatever seeding you give us, we'll take it. We'll be ready. Certainly that's how they'll talk. I doubt you're going to get anybody to cop to, oh, yeah, we've looked at the standings, and if this happens and if we lose, that's actually good. Don't even go there. Just get through Sunday, find your opponent, bring it on. Let's go. Right? 803-0550 is the number. My friend Greg tweeted one of our annual little hobbies this week, trying to predict the playoff schedule. You got to love a schedule prediction show or tweet or just a segment, whatever. Where would Bills Jaguars go? Sunday 1 was his prediction. Makes sense to me. The Monday night, so this is the wild card weekend, the Monday night has been a 4-5 game, so that the way the brackets work, everybody knows who they're going to play. And you watch that game as whether that's the 1 seed or whoever it is, knowing the winner of that game is your opponent. Everything else is sort of settled, and everybody else will know who their opponent is in round 2. So they make it wouldn't necessarily be like that if you put, say, a 3-6 game where, well, if this team wins, then that, or vice versa. 4-5 cuts that out. So that's been the game, and because it's the last game of the weekend, or, Monday night, that's what they do historically in that game. It's only been a few years. And one other part to that, if you don't mind, is travel. And right now, it looks like whether it's San Francisco or Seattle or perhaps even LA, somebody from the West Coast is going to Tampa or Carolina. Long trip. That's going to be one of the 4 or 5 games. And I doubt the NFL would put, say, the Rams on the Monday night in Tampa Bay or Carolina, and then they get home middle of the night on Tuesday if they win, and it's back at it Saturday or Sunday. There's no Monday the following weekend. So that, I think, is a lesser option than what the AFC game would be, which is, maybe Houston at Baltimore. It's a shorter distance, and I think that's probably, I'd put the AFC North Sunday night game winner into the Monday night wildcard weekend spot right now. Let's go to Rich next. Hi, Rich.
Mike, wishing you and your family a happy holiday.
Thank you.
I've been listening to the radio all day, and I haven't heard a single person address what I consider was the major problem in that football game, the line of scrimmage. Our offensive line was horrible. They were getting blown up left and right. I mean, I think Josh got sacked 5 times. I'm not sure. But hit 17 times? And, Mike, how many times did you see Cook take a handoff and then get hit immediately for negative yards? I mean, they lost the line of scrimmage. They had no chance. Your quarterback took a beating again, just like the Houston game. It was exactly the same thing. And, to think that this team can go anywhere with that offensive line is ridiculous. Nobody's rooting for them more than I am, but come on.
Well, I mean, I think the matchup needs to be mentioned in this because it's a tough opponent, as is Houston. But I'm not maybe as negative about the Bills line as you sound. I'm not real optimistic, though, for that to look how good it probably needs to look 3 weeks in a row on the road. And on the road, you're talking maybe not Jacksonville, but Denver is one of the top challenges for any offensive lineman, I think, as a road team, because it's super loud, and I don't even know if the altitude matters in this, but it might, conditioning, and just that timing element where it's such an advantage to the home team. Yesterday, the Eagles, yes, still got home, plenty of times and up the middle. The one Jalen Carter sack when he went through Torrance was a sight to see. Like, wow, damn, some of these hits the Bills took in this game. 3 plays in a row. Cook being cartwheeled, Allen, and then Shakir on 3rd down is when it sort of woke me up. Like, they are getting really manhandled in some aspects of this game. Still could have won it. Maybe should have. Thanks, Rich. I'm Mike Schopp. We have Brian Koziol coming up at 6. The Sabres and Blues tonight, pregame at 7 here on WGR. Stop. and I've never been disproven about this. It was always a joke. Not like it wasn't necessarily real, but the point of the tuck rule was you can pump fake and then wait an hour, and if you fumble, it doesn't count. That's what Brady did in the Oakland game. It was Oakland then. The show has never sounded older. With Charles Woodson, it was absurd and always will be because, of course, he fumbled, Brady. He just pump faked and stopped. He was not in the process of throwing a pass. That had concluded. And then he gets hit and fumbles, and they're like, no, actually, it's this thing called the tuck rule that you've never heard of that means it was incomplete. So then I very, confidently went on the air then and would have for the next 24 years if it didn't just bore everybody to death, would say, why wouldn't a quarterback just pump fake at the beginning of every play? Because this tuck rule nonsense and all the people who wasted their time and energy analyzing it, the thing they never bothered to consider is the amount of time between the pump fake motion, which has stopped, and then the fumble. That is not, well, we're just not going to talk about that because any common sense analysis would have considered what Brady did a fumble. Anybody with any common sense would have said that. But no, that's not what we're going to do here. Pump fake, whatever the logic is of it, I don't even remember. I can't even think of it. Pump fake, stop, hit, fumble, incomplete. Why wouldn't Josh Allen do a little pump fake on every play? Never fumble again. Well, obviously that's ridiculous, but the tuck rule was always ridiculous and not really real. And you've probably seen 100 plays in the last 24 years since that could have qualified, like Allen yesterday on his fumble, but nah, because that was never a real thing. Just like all the space ref rules that they change every week. Now they're counting too many men on the field, replay assist. No, that's actually good because we just get it right. It's not, none of it's good. None of it's good. So there's my thing that I haven't heard talked about yet. The tuck rule was never a serious thing. And if it were, and they've just sort of left the rule as written or whatever, they might have even changed it or whatever they've done since then. Just pump fake on every, what's stopping you? Take the snap, pump. All right, we'll go from there. Easy game. Brian Koziol after sports. I'm Mike Schopp. It is Football Monday on WGR.
Coach Sean McDermott spoke with the media earlier today. We do not know if the Bills will be sitting starters or how they're planning to play that when they take on the Jets this Sunday at 4:25, with ultimately just wildcard seedings to play for. Though we did get a bit of an injury update. Josh Allen is dealing with some soreness. McDermott did say it is similar to last week, but in a slightly better spot. Matt Prater is moving in the right direction, should even be back this week. And then Terrell Bernard, he is going to be out this weekend as he deals with a calf injury. And with the news that Prater should be back this weekend, the team did announce they have released kicker Michael Badgley from the practice squad. Week 17, though, is going to wrap up tonight with Monday Night Football. Rams at the Falcons with kickoff at 8:15. You can listen to the game on our sister station, the Bet 1520, with coverage beginning at 7:30. And then around the rest of the league, some notes going into this upcoming weekend. Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert is not going to start against the Broncos. Trey Lance will instead get the start at quarterback. To the Sabres, it is game night in St. Louis. They do take on the Blues. Sabres looking for their 9th win in a row. Rasmus Dahlin and Jason Zucker were both in attendance for morning skate today. We'll get word on a little bit closer to puck drop if either will play tonight. Pregame is at 7 for an 8 p.m. puck drop. But before pregame, stay tuned. Coming up next, Brian Koziel will join the show. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Mike Schopp and the Bulldog.
They have this Panther sound effect that is just the cheesiest, stupidest sounding thing. Big voice guy going, Panther goal scored by Sam Reinhart.
Where'd you get that thing? I trapped it. Been keeping it in my bathroom at the motel, feeding it old pizza.
It's Mike Schopp.
If you're calm, that wondrous big cat will be calm too. But if you're scared, that beautiful death machine will do what God made it to do. Namely, eat you with a smile on its face.
And the Bulldog. On WGR Sports Radio 550.
One quick NFL point, and then Brian Koziol joins us here talking about the Sabres mostly. The conversation today has largely been on what to do next week. And the Chargers started the proverbial ball rolling by announcing they're benching Justin Herbert for their game at the Broncos, even though it could affect their ultimate seeding that's right around where the Bills are. And I think you might see other teams follow suit. The Rams did such a thing last year in Week 18, could have moved in the seedings, but didn't bother to try, and they rested their starters. The Rams play in Atlanta tonight, and a friend and I were talking about fantasy lineups, and he had to decide between Brissett for Arizona and Matthew Stafford. And I said, I'd want to be a little wary of the Rams, because if Seattle and San Francisco both win, then the Rams are in this same kind of limbo. If they lose tonight, beat Arizona, which everyone does, next week, and Seattle wins its game in San Francisco, they're the 5 anyway. Just as that's the best they can do. And with a loss tonight and a Seattle win, they'll be there anyway. If not, they're the 6. And maybe that's a big difference. Chicago or Philly versus Tampa or Carolina, I can respect that. Maybe the 5 is that important. And maybe it's also not even Week 18 yet. But I wanted to be a little careful on the Rams this week. So I'm with Atlanta plus 7.5. The line did not move from last night's Niners win on this game. So probably nothing to it. Good luck if you have Stafford, Nakua, Kyron Williams going tonight. Or, of course, I can't leave out Colby Parkinson. Brian Koziol with me now on the West-Her hotline. Hi, Brian.
Hi, Mike.
What's new? Sabres tonight.
Sabres tonight. Yeah, I think the 5 seed in each conference seemingly on paper would have the better matchup. I mean, the AFC South champ, at least we thought with Pittsburgh, seems like to have the most attractive matchup. I think most people were thinking Bills at Steelers was where you kind of wanted to lock them in. And I think in the NFC you could say the same thing too. You're either going to get Carolina or Tampa. And I think the Bucs have been really disappointing in the second half of the season, considering they've gotten a little healthier, getting Evans back, getting Godwin back, getting Irving back. Mayfield's really regressed. So I think being a 5 is an attractive thing to have, but sounds like these teams obviously aren't really calling it that much of an advantage if we're going to get people calling off playing their quarterback.
Yeah, I'm not sure that'll apply to the Rams tonight, but it could. I guess it probably won't. We'll see what happens. So the Sabres have won 8 games in a row. A lot of them on the road, a few in overtime and shootouts. They've been close games largely throughout. Nice win on Saturday. How impressed are you by what they look like in these 8 games? And is it markedly different to your eyes than what it looked like before?
I think what I'm seeing the best from them now over the course of this win streak is that they're handling the lead and they're handling the end of games much better than they did in the past. They seemingly always seem to find ways to give up a late goal, take a terrible late penalty. Now that piece maybe is still there a little. They are still taking some late penalties here and there. But for the most part, what Jarmo Kekalainen said about maybe not scoring the next goal or trying to score the next goal when they have the lead, trying just to make sure that they figure out a way to win. I know that maybe sounds like a more conservative style approach, but they are getting it done. They are getting results. They've won almost every single third period here through this win streak. So I think that there's something to that what he's saying is that they are figuring out ways to handle adversity. They definitely are handling the late game pressure. The other team has pulled their goalie at 6-on-5 or 6-on-4 or 5-on-4. They've figured out that a whole bunch better than what it used to be, where it used to be kind of like a firing squad kind of thing where you just shut your eyes and think, gee, are they going to get through this? They actually have really done a really nice job, I think, in the final 5 minutes of games. I think that's probably where they've been the most impressive. And one thing, too, they are getting pretty consistent goaltending throughout. Alex Lyon obviously has been really, really good through the bulk of this. A couple of starts, too, with Luukkonen, and that has been something that we know that's been missing for this team throughout this entire drought, is that they've gotten very inconsistent goaltending. So I think that whole mindset of getting good goaltending, playing smart in front of them, especially late in the third period, I think that's been a big piece of why they've been able to get on this run right now.
Sounds good to me. The goaltending piece is a little scary because you just never know what you're going to get, how long it's going to last. There is, though, the point about 2 goalies versus 3. Hard to say, I guess, because you have to get inside their brains. But do you think that simple change when Ellis went out with the injury might have relaxed the 2 goalies left standing and maybe then a ripple effect through the team that this is a headache, even maybe an embarrassment that they were having to suffer through that's gone?
Yeah, I think it's definitely something that is probably put both of them a little bit at ease. They've all said, all 3 of them at some point, that, hey, the more I play, the better I'm going to be. Of course, that makes sense. But now they're getting extra practice time. That's one thing, too, that I think maybe I didn't put enough stock in, or at least didn't think to put enough stock in, is that these players are saying, look, 3 goalies at practice sometimes is even an issue in terms of getting enough shots, getting enough reps. So that piece is something that maybe through this Ellis injury has been a piece that now they've been able to get a little bit more net time in there too. I still think ultimately the team would love for Luukkonen to grab the job. Ultimately, they've committed to him a little bit more long term. In the end, I think though Lyon has probably, if you're going to say who has been the better player in terms of who's been had the better A-game stuff, I think I give a slight edge to Lyon so far in this. Luukkonen had some inconsistencies. Obviously, these last 2 starts, he's been much better. So, and maybe Luukkonen himself is feeling a little bit pressure of saying, look, Lyon's getting these games. He's playing well. I've got to now be ready to go and step in. I know there's a side layer to that, too, that Luukkonen really wants to perform well so that he can get selected for the Finnish Olympic team. That's going to be a piece of it, too, here, as obviously teams are going to be selected here in the next coming days and weeks. So he's probably also got that internal desire to want to play great every time he's out there. Not that he wouldn't want to if it was an Olympic year, but I think that's another really, really big goal and focus for him, that he wants to represent his country in the Olympics. It's a lot of psychology, amateur psychologist stuff with the Sabres for me, Brian, because there have been seasons where even last year, 5-on-5 stuff, their shot share wasn't bad, but then they're nowhere near the playoff race. And you can throw your arms up. It's just so frustrating. Goalies do them in or whatever it is. Special teams, right? Yep. And so it's easier. It's always easier, much easier. But I'm inclined with them to buy into some level of that. The pressure came off when Adams was let go, and maybe the combination of just the move itself
plus whatever kind of message was sent from it, like we're going to be serious now. That's kind of the way I think a lot of people reacted to the move. Like they're getting a little bit more serious. I want to think that players would respond positively to that, and they haven't lost a game.
I think so. And I think probably if you go to the big voices of this team, it's Dahlin and it's Thompson, they seemingly through, here and there subtly have maybe said that they've been disappointed that Kevin Adams didn't do enough in the past or even this offseason to rebolster this team. So I feel like maybe there is a belief right now, hey, we have a guy here that can run an organization properly. We can get behind him. It's amazing to think that the roster with this GM change and the couple of front office additions, the roster itself hasn't changed a lick. It's still the exact same group. So in that sense, there's probably an argument to say, well, what ultimately did change? How much of that really is a value of mindset, like you said? And Paul keeps saying that, from his conversation, he feels like just being around the players, that there's a cloud that's been lifted off of them, that they feel now like, hey, we are a serious organization. We are going to be one that can maybe compete and do whatever it is necessary off the ice for the general manager and his staff would do in order to push them to where they need to be in the next step. I'd also put a piece, too. They are getting healthier. That's helping. Even today, Jason Zucker skating. It doesn't look like he is going to play tonight, but he's very close. He was a huge piece of their special teams improvement, especially on the power play. And I'd also argue that they're getting a lot more contributions from their third and fourth lines than they have in previous seasons. What they've been getting from Malenstein this year and Dunn when he's been in and out of the lineup, and Greenway during his load management in and out of the lineup, it's been not only something that they haven't lost ground on, but they've actually, I think, gained ground when they've been out on the ice. Not only are they doing a great job shutting down the opponent, but they're getting offensive opportunities too, or they're creating those shifts in the game, whether it's a big hit or a big defensive stop that gets this team kind of uplifted. And Norris being healthy has been big. Him and Oslin and Tuck, that group together seemingly has been gelling really nice. Benson's been such an energy machine. So has Doan. There's one thing that I think we have to say, that the trade of J.J. Peterka, while the bigger piece was supposed to be Michael Kesselring, I think we can definitely say that Josh Doan so far has been just a huge bolt to this team in terms of energy, in terms of production, and in terms of playing how Lindy Ruff wants them to play. So I got to give a little credit to that trade there and the Doan piece of it, of how good that's worked out.
It's such a fine line here. It's so heavily congested. The Sabres have made it up to the line at 42 points, a win tonight, and they might have a playoff spot tomorrow. There are a lot of games tonight, but I don't think Florida plays, so they'd have a look at that. That's one team they're tied with. I guess I want to say then to this point, no small thing is it that the Sabres are 3-0 in shootouts. Pittsburgh is 1-5. Take the Sabres 19, 14, and 4, or 19 and 18, and take 3 of those wins and make them overtime losses, 16, 14, and 7. 16 and 21. That's the shootout. That's the difference in the 3 shootout wins. St. Louis, if you want it, is 0-2, tonight's opponent. How have you sort of been watching Lindy Ruff through this, either on the bench or through press conferences? Like, is he just kind of been riding this out, the change above him, and whatever else you might have seen from Ruff or heard?
I think Ruff maybe has been re-energized by the change. I don't know. I know a piece of when we saw the general manager change was that maybe we heard rumors about that would Lindy come off of the bench. Yeah. I know that he has really, really let Seth Appert take a lot of responsibilities on the bench, and he's even said that like, hey, this guy's ready to be an NHL coach. I think part of that is just, he wants him to see him succeed. Maybe he would be the successor at some point if Lindy had any sort of say in the decision. But I think what you're seeing from Lindy is you're not hearing frustration of them not handling the moment well, or as he would want them to do in terms of getting to the net. I feel like this over the course of now, we almost are at the halfway moment here of the season here. We're 3 months in, these same kind of messages over and over about being at the net, not being afraid to be near the net, winning battles, pushing the opposition to the outside, like these things here that we in the past have just all the time have seen in a negative fashion that he now seemingly has been giving his team praise for, that they're doing it, and he says playing the right way, doing those sort of things. So I think from a Lindy standpoint here, he's got to be excited about the fact that maybe his message is finally getting through. I'm sure at his age, and I'm sure with over the last year and a half, I'm sure there's been very easy for him to say, like, what the hell did I sign up for here? And, I should have ridden off into the sunset and retired. And I've had a outstanding career here. He's top now, fourth all time in wins. I think he just passed another coach there recently. So for him to maybe be the guy that can push them back to the playoffs, even if ultimately he steps aside after this year. We know his contract's up. I think that might feel for him like, hey, that's a whatever he would envision as a nice or a storybook way to kind of end his coaching career. Now, maybe if they push in and they get in, it'll energize him to want to come back for another season. But I think that you're seeing a much more uplifting Lindy Ruff, a little bit more positive. He's very, very willing now to kind of, through the media, tell his players, say that his players are doing the right thing, and those similar messages have been coming across.
Tonight will be his 1,894th game as a head coach. His first was in St. Louis, by the way. I don't know if you remember that. 97-98, taking over for Ted Nolan, a 3-1 win at the Blues.
I don't remember that game specifically if you're asking me for details.
I remember no details, but I always seem to remember that it was in St. Louis. Hasek over Fuhr. That was the goalie matchup in Lindy's first game as Sabres coach. Hasek versus Fuhr. How about that? That I don't know that I ever knew. I probably watched this game, but...
That's a tremendous matchup.
Yes, with heavy Sabres ties. Hasek versus Fuhr in Lindy's first game. I'll say it one more time, maybe. All right, Brian, I'll let you go here. Thanks for giving us some extra time today.
Sounds great. Thanks, guys.
7 o'clock pregame for Sabres Blues. Look at this Blues roster. Brett Hull, Grant Fuhr, Hasek versus Fuhr, Al McInnes. Is it so long ago now that these names don't mean anything? Do these names mean Brett Hull? Do these names resonate? Chris Pronger, Pierre Turgeon, Sabres. How about us? 3-1 winners. Goals by Daw, Shatan, and Dixon Ward. Lindy's first game as NHL coach for the Sabres, 1997 at St. Louis. All right, that's coming up at 7, pregame show for Sabres Blues. Did a lot of football today. Tough day with the wind. Not to sound like I'm putting that mildly. I mean, crazy wind today. I couldn't put my trash out. So I am in a wide open area on the river. And I don't know that I get like the most wind versus, say, down by Lakeshore or Hamburg or whatever, because those videos I see, the lake coming in, and that's where the airport will measure wind gusts. We crossed 70 miles an hour today. I just knew any day like today, if I put the trash at the road, it's blowing over. Like, what I tried to do today was, because I refused to just put it out there and have to just go pick it up, I don't know, multiple times. By the way the wind was today, it's probably blowing down the street, which, I don't want to be responsible for that. So I thought I changed where I sit when I was working this morning in my house so I could see the truck coming, not knowing exactly when that would be, but I just sort of turned to the other side of the table. So maybe if I saw the truck coming like 3 houses down, I could get out there. It still would have been close, but then I could get out there and save the day. But I never saw the truck before I had to come in. And I came in early anyway because I got, the warning that it was not safe to drive. I don't know. I didn't really have any problem, but it was super windy. I'm trying to fill these last 3 minutes before the next break. A cat turned 30. Did you happen to see that today? There's a cat that turned 30 today. That's not cat ears, that's years, by the way. Flossie. How do you celebrate? Can Flossie, do anything at 30?
That's the question.
That
do
is
you actually have to celebrate it? Because this might actually be too much.
Well,
if we do anything.
You have to celebrate it to some extent because it is a world record for a cat to turn 30 years old. I think you have to acknowledge it.
You have to acknowledge it.
How you do that really that's a conversation you have to have. I don't know how you do that. This cat lives in England. Is it always England? The cat lives in England, And 30 it's not the same as dog years. It's not 7. It's like 4.5, I think, cat years. It's not quite 7. So cats live longer.
Cats, from my experience, typically live longer. Although I want to verify this 30 years.
Flossie. You can search it. You want to know all the information.
I feel like a family
You want a
member's
background
lying.
check
Yeah.
on Flossie.
Yeah.
You want to see the papers. You want to see the birth certificate. Apparently, this cat lived with one owner for 14 years, and then the owner died, and then she went to live with another owner, and maybe that owner died. She's outliving her owners. And she's probably sad about that. She won't tell you. I'm sure she's happy to turn 30 and set all the records. But she might have liked to have certain people along for the ride here. Flossie. All right, I got there. Eric Wood joined us. It is Football Monday. Didn't you know it? On WGR, talked to Eric about yesterday's Bills game and a lot on the playoff picture and what to do with it. I'm Mike Schopp, and this is WGR. Well, I'm excited to hear Sneaky Joe jumping on the Awaken 180.